Hello, 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 everybody. Thank you for coming to our horror list tier ranking. I hope everyone is having a good spooky season and weekend. Tonight we have, once again, my dear friend, Dead Tired, with us. Would you like to say hello?
Hi. Hello, everybody. Yes, I'm ready. I'm willing. It's horror movies.
My body is willing.
Yes.
Alrighty. Let me just see if I can... I went too far. I clicked on the wrong thing. Anyway, I might as well. These are all of the movies that we're going to be ranking. Now, just so everybody knows, I had not seen about 90% of these movies. And Dad and I have spent the entire month watching like 3 movies a night in order to catch me up on this list. And we did not even manage to watch them all. So some of these will just be either I heard about it, or I'm vaguely aware of it, or Dad has seen it and so we're relying on what he says, or neither of us has seen it. Actually, are there any movies on this list that you and I both haven't seen?
There's probably like 7 or 8 of them. There's a lot on this list.
There is a lot. Like when we ranked monsters, there were about 100, and I think this has like what 3-4 times as many. So
Yeah, there's a lot.
there's an ungodly amount of movies on this list. So yeah. Okay, are we ready to get started?
Yeah.
Ugh. I just like ran my hands over my face and my eyes were like, why the fuck did you do that? And started stinging. I'm like, wait, I didn't even touch you. What are you doing? All right. Oh, God. It looks like we're starting with the classic movie, The Exorcist. Now, it's my understanding that when this movie first came out, it was so scary that people were screaming and running in terror from the movie theaters. And
Oh, yeah.
I can only imagine that it's because they had never seen like the special effects of turning the head around backwards, you know? Or it was just they were so Christian they clutched their pearls and said, "Oh my God," and ran away. Because I saw this movie many moons ago, and I did not think that it was scary in the slightest.
Yeah, but you don't think any of these are scary in the slightest.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I mean, fair. I don't know why most movies, like, I am not afraid of most movies. And it's more of a ew, that's gross, you know? Like Texas Chainsaw Massacre was disgusting, and I refuse to watch The Human Centipede because that's just disgusting, you know? But yeah, I don't get
To be
scared
fair,
very easily.
I don't find any of these movies scary because I think I'm just desensitized to them.
Yeah,
However, I can appreciate the fear aspect that most people can probably feel, so I can grade it.
yeah. So as like one of the original scariest movies ever, where do we want to rank The Exorcist?
Personally, I enjoyed the movie. I think it still holds up to today. So not necessarily perfect, maybe an A.
Yeah. Now, they just recently redid The Exorcist, didn't they? Or has that not come out
Yeah.
yet?
I don't think it's come out just yet, but yeah,
Yeah,
they
for the
have
new generation.
recently done a new one. Yeah.
I would actually like to see it, to see how it compares to the old one. You know, because didn't this come out like in the 60s or 70s? I can't.
70s, I think. Yeah.
70s? Yeah. I would like to see how it's been updated. You know,
Yeah.
with what the
Hmm. Hmm.
60s thought was the scariest, gotta run out of the theater screaming movie they've ever seen, you know? And what
Yeah.
we now, as a I would like to say desensitized nation, but we're not really all that desensitized, are we? We've gotten a lot worse when it comes to
Yeah.
sensitivity,
Hmm.
but not so much in the movie region, you know.
Yeah.
So I've not seen The Thing. Wait, no. We did watch The Thing.
We
That
did
that
watch the original thing. Yeah.
I was thinking of like The Thing from the swamp, or it came from the swamp or something like that when I saw The Thing. Yeah, no, The Thing is the one in the Arctic
Hmm.
where the
Yeah.
alien comes down and takes over the body.
Yep.
Now, I gotta say, the concept of this was a lot scarier than the actual movie, because
Yes.
the idea that you could be in this horrendously isolated place where there is no help, there is no calling anybody for assistance, there's only like
Hmm.
12 people there, and any one of them might be an alien that wants to rip your head off and become you.
Yep.
Yeah. The idea that there's nobody to trust and there's no help at all for months is scarier than the actual movie was. it
Hmm.
was
That's fair.
it was another one of those um you know, when it actually came to the thing, like coming out of people and just being this disgusting blob thing on the floor. I'm That's the one
Hmm.
thing I'm not all that desensitized to, is body horror. I don't particularly care for body horror. It's kind of gross. But um as a concept, I think that it's up there with The Exorcist, but it's the movie itself was just, you know, a product of its era.
Yeah, I'd have to say, like, because we watched the original, I've seen all, because I, for some reason, even though I don't really like remakes, I still watch them anyway.
Yeah.
I I'd say I slightly prefer the newer one over the older one, simply on the CGI and practical effects.
Mm-hmm.
But I prefer the acting of the original one over the remake.
Oh, really?
So, yeah. So, I think it's fine where it is, where you put it in B so that
Yeah.
people could see what we were talking about. I think it's fine to sit in B
Yeah.
because, like, great concept, and both original and remake have their good aspects to it, but it didn't become like a full circle.
Right. The one scene that kind of sticks with me from The Thing
Mm.
was when they were in the hallway and the guy was going nuts trying to, you know, shoot anybody who came near him, and was trashing all of the equipment.
Yeah. Mm. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
For some reason that is the scene that has stuck with me.
Not
Okay.
fair.
Have you seen Silent Night, Deadly Night? Because that is one of them we did not get to.
I don't believe I've seen it.
Okay, so it's gonna have to go down here and don't know.
Yeah.
Resident Evil.
I love them. I'm not gonna lie. I love that the entire, like, there is some really janky plot lines and stuff
Yeah. When it
as you
comes
get further into the series.
Yeah, the video like I'm slowly becoming aware of video game plots because of everybody playing them on Twitch. Um but I do know that I've seen one or two of the Resident Evil movies, and if you've never played the games, I think the movies are good. I mean the acting's not fantastic, but they're good horror movies,
Yeah.
they're a different kind of zombie movie, I feel like. And I enjoyed them when I was younger.
Yeah, that's fair.
So where do we want to? If we were talking about the video games, I'm pretty sure that they would go into S tier. But the movies, where do we want to put those?
I think the movies, for me personally, I'd put them in A simply because
Yeah.
they are that sort of like different type of zombie sort of
Mm-hmm.
esque movie. Plus, it's a classic,
It
and
is.
it's inspired so many different things.
And I think that I saw the movies before I knew that they were a video game because I did not play horror video games. I don't think I've I don't think I've ever played a horror video game, to be honest. I've sat in with somebody playing the mortuary assistant, but not for very long because they couldn't handle it for very long. In the dark, with no lights on in their house. So
No, that's fully fair.
I mean, I think that if I, had more money and stuff, I might get into it. But to buy games that I'm not necessarily already familiar with, I don't know. The Fly was
The
another
Fly
one of
is
those.
classic.
Oh, shoot. I forgot to turn my alarm off. Okay. There we go. I didn't know when you were going to be ready, and I was laying down for a nap, so I set an alarm for when I thought you might get up, and you're up like earlier than I thought you would be. So here we go. Yeah, a classic, another body horror one. I saw it when I was much younger, probably when it first came out, and I am basically, if the movie has somebody's fingernails falling off or peeling off, I don't necessarily like that's like the worst thing for me.
No, that's fair because honestly, thinking about it, I'm like, no, no, please don't do that.
Yeah, it's like okay, if it's like the ripping of fingernails off, like that's one thing, but to know that like your body has just like rejected itself and they just peel off, oh, that's like vomit inducing.
Yeah,
But
no,
it's
for
an
sure.
amazing movie with Jeff Goldblum as the main character too, and anything that Jeff Goldblum is in is awesome.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say the acting and like the plot, basically almost the entire package, I would put into A. So I'd say put it in A
Yeah.
personally for me. But the special effects remind me of the Thing a little too much. So that's why it's like a slightly teetering sort of. I wonder how it would hold up with today's sort of special effects.
Right. But it's a 90s movie, isn't it? Yeah, I think it's a 90s movie
In the
cuz
90s?
I
Yeah, I was
definitely
gonna
would
say
not have been
either
allowed to
late
watch
80s
it.
or early 90s. Yeah.
Nah, because I'm pretty sure that I watched it when it came out with my dad, and he would not have allowed me to watch it if I was under 10. So
Not fair.
it's gotta be a 90s movie. Yeah, I think The Fly was the modern take on Metamorphosis by Kafka.
Mm,
Is what it feels like to me as an adult.
yeah.
Candyman is one that I watched without you, and unfortunately, I did not have access to the original, so I watched the remake. Um, have
I've
you
seen both.
you've seen both? Okay, good, good, good.
I've seen both.
I'm kind of wondering if the like background story of the baby in the fire, um, was that from the original, or
Yeah.
so basically when they talked about the myth of the Candyman, they were talking about the original Candyman movie.
Yeah. Yeah, they
Okay.
were.
I kind of wondered if that was what was going on.
Yeah. Um,
They
to be
never.
honest, like the original is a very classic sort of go-to movie.
Hmm. I thought that they didn't really explain what it had to do with bees. But I do know that in one of the Candyman movies, I don't know if it's the original or the remake, the main actor said in his contract that for every bee sting that he got, um, he
Yeah.
was given a bonus of $1,000, and at the end of filming, his bonus was 21,000.
I mean, that's
So,
an easy way to make money. Let's be honest.
yeah,
Um,
especially if it's something that is almost guaranteed and very painful. So,
mm, yeah. So, um, since you didn't watch the original, the point of the whole bees and honey thing is that he was caught doing something that in those times he shouldn't have been doing, and was doused in honey and like basically stung to death by bees.
oh, okay. That was like a thing in ye olde days, wasn't it? To like
Mm-hmm.
douse people in honey and then leave them out for insects to just like bite and sting to death. Or it was a method of
Yeah.
torture before they were like hung or beheaded or something.
Yeah.
Ew.
Mm-hmm. Um.
The remake though,
Honestly, yeah.
like there were always bees around, but they never really explained it. And I thought it was strange how he just happened to come across the one guy who wanted the Candyman to come back and was crazy
Mm-hmm.
enough to like gaslight him into doing it. And um um oh god, at the end when he administered the hook, it was just like he couldn't react because he had been drugged or something, and just the one tear just going down his face because that was the only reaction he had to what was happening to him. Ugh. But then also the entire movie was really um an god, what's the word? I hate it when I can't think of words. I want to say like an expose, but that is not the word that I'm looking for.
Mm.
But it's like
Also, hi Watari.
it's talking to the relationship between um, the young, not the young, the poor black community and the white community that has surrounded it. You know. Hey Watari, how you doing? I don't know if that was a theme in the original Candyman, but it definitely was in the remake because it took place in. Oh Jesus Christ! Hello,
Hi.
how are you doing? Ooh. One of these days, I'm gonna remember that I set my followed reaction noise to the fucking goat, the goat scream. Oh
Hi,
my god.
demonic.
Oh, hey demonic, how you doing? Welcome in. Thank you for being number 40. 10 more to go and I can be an affiliate. Yay. Yeah, I was
I'm
surprised.
gonna have to mute for a hot second, but keep going.
Okay. I was surprised to see that it was taking place in Cabrini Green because I have not heard the name Cabrini Green in at least a decade, if not two. And to see the way that it had disappeared from my own vernacular because it had been completely emptied of its original occupants and gentrified. I think that that was an excellent basis for the entire Candyman idea. Was just, we've been oppressed and we need a hero, but it can't be like a hero because the white community around the area would just never accept a black hero. You know, it just wouldn't happen that way. They'd be vilified just like anybody else was in that area in that time. And so they needed the anti-hero to like just do the bad things to save them. You know?
Yeah. For sure.
I mean, because of the theme of the entire thing, I think that it would go one step higher than it would normally. And the Candyman movie itself, I kind of didn't like, so it would be pretty low for me. What do you think?
For me personally, I feel like if you had have seen the original and then the remake, I say remake, but it's more like a sequelized reboot of it. But I feel like if you had have watched the original, it'd be quite a bit higher. But I would agree with like your analysis.
So where would you put it?
Probably like a B or an A.
Yeah.
So whichever you want to like.
I think because I don't have, since I didn't have access to the original, so I don't have, the full comparison, that I would probably leave it at. I would probably normally have put it at like a C or something like that, but like I said, because of its theme, I would put it one step higher, so I'm fine with leaving that at B.
Okay.
Now, our next one is Camp Blood, and this is one that I don't remember watching.
No, we didn't get to it, but I've never seen it, so I don't have any thoughts.
How about The Howling?
Well, Kira's doing that. I like The Hel'leon. Like I've only seen it once, but I can't. Like it was a while ago, so.
I'm assuming with a name like The Howling,
Honestly,
it was like a werewolf movie.
I believe so. Yeah. Since I don't really remember it too well, I'd either put it in the don't remember or like an average thing. Like I don't remember hating it.
Yeah. But I mean, if it wasn't memorable enough for you to even remember more than just it was a werewolf movie, then I don't think we can really rate it.
Yeah. Hang on, I'm gonna go stop Kira, but you can start talking about the next one.
Well, The Human Centipede. Like, even just to bring it up on screen, I don't want to put it up by the others because it's just a disgusting movie. So, Watari, I'm assuming that Silent Night, Deadly Night is a play on Silent Night, the Christmas song. So, I'm assuming that this is one of those, oh, we're not going to do a heartwarming Christmas movie. We're going to do this, like Slay is spelled Slay, Ugh. No,
Okay.
I refuse to watch The Human Centipede demonic because it's fucking disgusting. So I am not going to do more than like put it in F because it's so goddamn disgusting.
Okay, so I'm back. I've
You did
made
see
sure
it though,
to
right?
share on screen. I have seen the first Human Centipede. I will not watch the rest of them. To be
Yeah.
fair on what Demonic said, the top of the tier list does say that it's the franchise, but we are doing them based solely on what we've seen.
Right.
Um.
You mean
Okay, so
how
the
did
thing
we know
is,
that it's what do you mean how did we know it was you? That's your fucking username on Discord.
yeah, I
Goddamn
was gonna say
demonic.
that's your user on, but I also know because your pictures are the same. Your profile pictures are the same.
Somebody hit the bottle early tonight. Oh no, wait, you can't hit the bottle. You're working.
Oh my god. Yeah, so the Human Centipede. So I've seen the first one. I won't watch the rest of them. I refuse.
Yeah.
Um, Based solely on like on my personal preference,
Uh-huh.
it's going in either E or F. But I will give it props that it did what it intended to do, which was disturb and disgust the audience. It did what it planned to do. So I give it props, and the acting was pretty good. But my god, I would not. You would have to pay me a sufficient amount of money to sit down and rewatch that movie.
Yeah. Just God, just the idea of like one person's lips so do another person's asshole, and like that is like, can you imagine being the last person in the chain? Like the food that went in the
Mm-hmm.
front and came out and went in and went
Yep.
out and went in and went out, and that is your only nutrients. Like the
Mm-hmm.
last guy is not going to get any nutrients and is going to die, and then the rest of them are going to be dragging around a dead body, and they're just going to, I mean, what if they throw up?
Oh yeah, they just basically choke on that shit. It's disgusting.
Yeah,
Like,
no.
yeah, as
Th-
I said, I would never again, but like I will give it props for like the effects, the cinematography, the acting, the fact that it set out what it was going to do, and it did it. It basically, if it was solely based on that, it would be S tier because like it did what it planned to do.
yeah.
But
But I mean,
no.
if you can't watch a movie without like a bucket for you to throw up in, I think
Mm-hmm.
it went a little too hard. So yeah, no.
Yep.
That's like, I refuse to watch it. So okay, that's enough about the human centipede.
Yep.
And demonic, I just assumed that you were deployed or something and therefore not able to drink, but I suppose you do get days off even if you're away. So how about Attack of the Killer Tomatoes? I swear that I saw this movie when it came out, but I think that I confused this one with another one that was Attack of something, where it was like this weird um aliens that like were killing cows.
Mm.
And I don't think that was the Killer Tomatoes. I think that was Attack of something else. So I'm not
Mm.
sure that I've seen this one. Have you?
I was gonna say it's gonna have to go into the can't remember. I know I've seen it, and I know that it was like a typically fun like horror comedy, if I remember correctly. But
Well, I mean, anything called
yeah,
Attack of the Killer Tomatoes. You know,
yeah,
I think that it's one of those intentional B movies.
yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
How about the Boogeyman? We,
I watched that last night.
yeah, we didn't watch this together, did we?
No, we didn't.
Because
I
I don't
happened
remember the
to
Boogeyman.
be scrolling through, and I was like, oh, this is on our tier list. I'll just chuck it on. I think the concept was there,
What's it about?
but um, it's based on a Stephen King story, and it's basically about this girl who gets like exceptionally bullied, and
So Carrie.
yeah, but she's been seeing this sort of, I guess, boogeyman um haunting the house, but it turns out this boogeyman is actually real. It's
Oh.
like an actual monster creature thing.
Oh, I thought
uh
you were gonna say it was like a person who had been like living in her attic or something, but it's a
oh no,
monster.
it was an actual like creature.
Okay.
And I think the symbolism at the end was basically just like, because she kills the spoiler alert, she kills the creature. um
So it's
it's
like
just
her
sort of letting
overcoming her
go.
bullying.
Yeah, overcoming the bullying, the other negative shit that's gone by. I think her mum had died.
Uh,
I paid like half attention to it. The story was there,
I
but
mean, to
like
be fair,
it
you pay
didn't go
half
in as
attention to
deep.
like everything.
Well,
That's the point of ADHD. You're
yeah.
paying attention to everything and nothing at the same time.
Mhm. I mean, at least with things like that I find intriguing, I'll actually sit there and like get all of the information in. This one just eh.
Yeah.
Like, I wouldn't say it was terrible. I'd probably sit it in like
Did you say D?
E.
Oh, E.
E for E for elephant.
Why
As I
did
said,
they
it's
have
not
to be like
terrible.
B, C, D? It's like, oh my god, we can't. If you've got to say words to differentiate your letters, maybe your alphabet went a little too hard. Anyway, did you have more to say on the boogeyman?
No.
Okay. Did we watch Friday the 13th?
Um, no. We didn't watch it together, but I have seen every single one, and when I say every single one, I mean I own the box set and I've seen every single.
Friday the 13th is the Jason ones?
Yes.
Okay.
Jason Voorhees with the hockey mask.
We watched Friday the 13th in Chill Server,
Mm-hmm.
and it was the one with Jared Padalecki, and
Yeah, the remake.
I didn't realize that we were watching the remake until I saw his name come up, and I was like, wait, was he like a child in the original? Like, is that how his acting career started? And then I realized that the when we got into the actual movie, I'm like, this wasn't made like in the 80s. I'm like,
Yeah,
ooh, we're watching a remake. I didn't know there was a remake.
yeah. The remake is special. I'm just gonna leave it at special.
Now, we were all kind of at the end, we were like, "Oh my god, why are you doing that? You're not making sure like you went all the way to this point and then you didn't just shove him in it and just turn him into mulch. Like what are you doing? You know?" So, I mean,
um,
I thought that it was bad that only the siblings, were gonna make it, and then I'm not even sure they made it.
yeah. It's a very open end on the remake. Um,
It has to be because otherwise, how are they going to continue the new franchise?
well, then they're not gonna make any more.
No,
Um,
I don't think the intentionally funny, scary movie, type series. Wait, oh, scary movie is on here.
yeah, scary movies on there. I
I
can see
I thought the
that.
ones that were intentionally funny and not scary weren't on here, but yeah, it's coming up in about 5 movies.
Mm. Um,
Okay. Just so you know, I just finished an energy drink.
That's fine. I see. Like, I'm being far too analytical of these things because
I don't know if you can be too analytical, because we've got so many movies to put on this tier list, and I kind of feel like they made the icons too big for the number of movies we're going to be rating. Like, by the time we're done, this tier list is not going to fit on the screen.
that's fair.
So I've only seen Friday the 13th, the remake. What do you have for an opinion on the original Friday the 13th?
I was gonna say, if you don't care how long we end up doing this, do you mind if I be a bit analytical?
No, go knock yourself out. I don't care how long we're on.
Okay, the first, like...
Demonic, you had better not be mixing the two and going crazy.
Yeah, please don't mix your edit. Don't do it. Demonic, I demand that you be silent. Demonic, just sit there and listen to us.
I don't know about silent, but
Don't drink all the energy drinks.
let's try.
Don't drink all the alcohol.
Yeah, no, I meant don't mix the energy drinks and the alcohol, because I don't want to know what kind of shit comes out of Demonic when he mixes the two.
Yeah.
Let us try. I mean, you can say most things in my chat, but let's try not to actually trigger the auto mod.
True.
Because I'm still getting used to controls on chat.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to be in the call?
Oh my lord.
Because you can come in the call if you want to come in the call.
No, don't say that, because then he'll come in the call.
Well, yeah, I'm inviting him. I didn't think that he would be available. Yes, exactly. That's exactly.
Anyway, Friday the 13th.
Right.
Don't worry, I completely forgot what we were doing for a hot second. So the thing is that, like, the first couple of Friday the 13th movies are actually pretty good, and like most franchises, they start to fall off a little as you get further into the series.
Right.
Like, there's, like, the amount of times Jason Voorhees has fucking died and come back to life. Like, he ends up being a zombie. He ends up in space in one movie.
Yeah.
Plus, the special effects in the
come into voice chat.
Original first movie is
come into any general voice. Come into any general voice channel in my server, and I'll pull you into on the air.
Honestly, I'd put Friday the 13th at like a B.
Really, that high?
Yeah, like, it's a classic. It has, like, decent storytelling for the most part, and even as it gets even stupider, it's still, like, it commits to the bit.
Yeah. I mean, if you can commit to the bit and, like, take it all the way, we'll give you a lot of leeway.
Yeah.
You know, but if you do it half-hearted, then we're we're going to be like, "Oh, you didn't even try."
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I would put it at a B, but the only reason why I'd put it at a B and not an A is because of certain aspects of, like, the behind-the-scenes stuff that would be like, well, it's still terrible to today's standards, but, like...
Dead. Catboy incoming.
Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Bring me my Catboy.
Hey,
Bring
Demonic.
me my Catboy. demonic, speak to me. Why you keep doing that?
I don't know how I feel about that laugh.
It's okay.
Oh, if
You
y'all
are in
knew
this
how
server.
deep I was right now.
You can just get rid of him. It's fine.
Do you have anything to say on Friday the 13th, Demonic?
Which one we talking? Cause
The franchise, really.
well, overall, I would personally have to say franchise, good gimmick. Like a new one comes out every few years, so people don't ever forget about Jason Voorhees. But it's one of those things that they just overuse every fucking time. They haven't come up with anything
Exactly.
original. Jason dies, comes back again. We're not even gonna fucking talk about when he was in space.
Hey, see? Every single person who knows this franchise is like, he went to space that one time, but we are not gonna fucking talk about it.
Oh, that's another thing. That one wasn't canon at all either. So some
Exactly.
weird
Wait,
fucking way
they put out a
decided-
movie that wasn't canon? What's the point?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Basically, the whole idea was Jason Voorhees. The way they stopped him is they put him in like cryo sleep or some shit.
Oh my
And then
god.
these dipshit teenagers in space decided, let's unfreeze him.
Yeah, because, I mean, teenagers are stupid no matter when or where they are.
Yeah. Typically, it's just to learn a lesson, but like...
Well, I
horror
mean,
movies,
they learn their lesson by dying.
Well, exactly.
Don't unfreeze serial killers in cryogenic sleep. That's the lesson of the day.
So where are we ranking it?
Series as a whole, I would say between C and B. Like, yes, it is well known. Everyone knows Friday the 13th, but if you actually sit down and watch them all, you'll realize it's mid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd have to agree. Like, the only reason I'd push it to the B is literally because they stuck to the gimmick.
Yeah.
They stuck to it, regardless. Nobody went off script. It was sitting there, and they did it.
I think we're gonna leave it in C.
Okay. That's fair.
10-4, good buddy.
Damn, you're pulling out the military.
How about Lake Placid? This was one of the first ones that you and I watched, right?
I don't think we watched it together. I know I've seen it.
What was the very first one that we watched then? With the boy that was raised as a girl.
That was Sleepaway Camp.
Oh, Sleepaway Camp. Then what's Lake Placid?
Pretty sure. I'm going to double check. Yeah, the one about the crocodile.
Crocodile. Oh, is that the one?
It was. We didn't watch it together.
Is...
I put on an Australian one, but no, this is an American one. For some reason, there's a crocodile in America. But yeah.
I mean, we have crocodiles here.
In Maine?
Crocodiles.
Okay, not in
gators.
Maine.
Okay,
You'd
well,
be surprised what a hurricane would throw their way.
So, I mean, if the two of you have seen Lake Placid, we can rate it. Otherwise, it's going to probably end up down in Don't Know.
Honestly, the first one, pretty decent. I wouldn't, like, set it higher than a B personally, but pretty decent.
Is it similar to that one Australian one that you did where the tourists had to kill the ginormous...
Rogue.
Is that what... Where the guy literally, like... listen, in that movie, I came in right around when they were trying to get across the lake, And that
Yeah.
woman was taken underwater and got the death roll and still survived. How the fuck did that happen? So
Yeah, I don't know.
just for that movie would go straight into like E or F because that's so unrealistic. It just took me out of the
That
movie.
bitch took a page out of Steve Irwin's book.
So
Considering she was an American tourist.
Ye-
I mean, Rogue I'd put at like a D because it's a bit below average, but it's something I'll have on in the background just because, like, it's decent. Lake Placid, though, I would put either C or B, personally.
okay.
Like, as I said, it's pretty good, but it's...
Is it kind
yeah.
of a similar feeling to Rogue?
It's better.
It's better.
No offense to us Aussies, but it's better. Lake Placid is better.
If it's better, I'll go ahead and put it up in B.
Okay.
Oh. Is my computer
Did
being
you read
slow?
the title? Okay, I was gonna say, did you read the title and just sigh because you remember watching? Well, I say watching. But...
My computer has decided to be this slow, and like I dragged it up there and nothing happened for like 30 seconds. Open Water, is that the one that we literally scrubbed through because it was so fucking boring?
Uh-huh.
Like
Yep, that's the one.
like
with
you
the two
disappeared for like
people.
5 minutes and came back like, okay, did anybody survive? And I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Like the
We
fucking
literally put it on. It was so boring.
like they oh my god, they sent out a helicopter, they sent out boats and everything, and that's it. Like you see them all leave the harbor and then you never see them again. Like he died from his wounds and she let the sharks eat his body, and then she's just like, all right, I'm not even gonna try anymore. Took her vest off and went under the water, just let them eat her.
Went out like a bitch.
Yeah, it was bad. Like, I wouldn't even try to. And it was a short movie too.
And we couldn't
But
even watch it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's less than an hour and a half long, I'm pretty sure. And we couldn't even sit there and watch it all. We got through like the first 10 minutes of the opening, and I thought it had been longer than that.
Yeah.
And I'm like, it's being dragged out. It's so boring. It was not working.
It was a horrible movie. If you
Mhm.
haven't seen it, it's okay. Just don't even try.
Look up a summary. It will
Right?
be faster.
The summary will be more enjoyable to read like 2-sentence summary of this movie than to actually
Mhm.
sit down and watch it. Now I know we
But
didn't
for any Aussies in chat, it is on Netflix. It's on Net. If you want to put yourself through that, it is on Netflix.
if you
It's
want,
on Aussie Netflix.
you know what you should do is make a
Mhm.
fucking drinking game out of it, and then it might be enjoyable.
True. Yes. Okay.
Yo.
I haven't seen Scanners. I don't even know what it's about.
I don't. It's on my list to watch because I've heard that it's really good, but no, I haven't seen.
Demonic.
Scanners. Yeah. That
This
one ain't
man
ringing a
took
bell. I
drugs.
ain't gonna lie to you.
Okay. It'll have to go in our. We haven't watched it yet. The
Yeah.
Evil Dead. Now, I hear
Fucking
amazing things. Like, people love this entire franchise. And it's like one of those
Mhm.
intentional B movie types, right?
Yeah.
I think I've
Yeah.
seen, like,
slap that some bitch in S tier.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's either going in A or S for me because like it's a classic. It stuck to the bit.
I was gonna say that's another one that sticks
And-
to the bit.
Yeah, unlike Friday the 13th, where it was genuinely meant to be serious for the first two, like a genuine horror movie for the first two, and then it just fell off track.
Uh-huh.
Evil Dead is like meant to be like crazy.
Yeah, like,
It is
like-
over the top. It is
Yeah.
beautiful. It is just
Mm-hmm.
supreme.
it doesn't take itself seriously.
Yeah.
I've only seen one movie in the Evil Dead franchise, and I think it was on Chill's server. And I can't even remember which one it was, but yeah. I think that it spoke very well to what the entire series is like. Um we're not even gonna mention it. Scary movie franchise. This like
Oh, I forgot.
I have not even seen Scream, but I've seen every scary movie.
Yeah, I've seen every scary movie too.
As a funny, parody take on the scary movie genre, I think it was hilarious. Okay, let me point something out to you, Watari. Because you can't see what's on the bottom, I bring it up and put it in the middle just so that people see what we're talking about, and then we rate it and move it to another tier. In case you hadn't noticed, that's what I do.
Yeah.
Does anybody
Honestly,
have an opinion on Scary Movie that is less than S tier?
I mean, I'll just admit that, like, the first movie specifically just has certain themes that make me
Uncomfortable?
ill, but I would say that generally speaking, yes, S tier would suit it because it does what it's meant to.
Yeah. I haven't seen The Wishmaster either.
Let me look that up. I think I've seen it. I need to double check that.
I love it in the beginning of the first movie when they're like making fun of the ring, and like the one girl is dead in the closet, and the other one is just like, "What are you doing? Oh my god, why does your face look like that?" Oh, and when they made fun of when they when they made fun of the others with the Michael Jackson playing with the little doll. Oh god.
I have seen this.
The Wishmaster?
Yeah.
What's it about?
I've only seen the first one. I didn't know it was done by Wes Craven as well. It's about a djinn that is stuck in a gem that is found by someone who like studies gems and stuff, and it's basically his job to try and convince her to ask for free wishes, because once he is able to grant those free wishes, he is free to do whatever the fuck he wants.
Uh-huh.
Um,
And I'm assuming he's one of those evil types that as soon
yeah,
as he's
evil
free,
fairy.
it's gonna be horrible.
Yeah.
So what if the last wish is, I hope you're never free, or I hope you I wish that you disappear.
I mean, I'd assume that there's rules, like in Aladdin.
There's always rules. Fucking bureaucracy.
Yeah.
I don't want red tape on my imaginary 3 wishes.
No, that's fair.
Sounds like that Australian TV show about the genie and the opal.
Yeah. Genie Down Under.
That just sounds. Yeah, don't worry, Master. I'll grant your wishes.
I'd have to say that for anyone who doesn't know, Wes Craven directed Scream and Nightmare on Elm Street.
Yeah, he's one of those horror movie staples, isn't he?
Yes, he
Like-
is a
like you
horror,
hear
horror
Wes
movie
Craven
staple. Rest in peace.
It's like you hear Wes Craven and you're like, oh yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah. Wishmaster is pretty good, but I'd say it is one of his lower tier movies.
Yeah.
The special effects weren't the best. But the story was there. So I mean, I'd leave it in either C or put it to D.
I need to know, does he make the genie come out of the stone by rubbing it like a genie in the lamp? Like one day he's polishing the stone and the genie just pops out?
I was gonna say that's one thing that I don't remember from the film is how he actually comes out of it. Watari, do you know? Because I know Watari and I both saw it.
Yeah, he says he watched it together.
Yeah.
As we all stare at chat.
I'd assume that it would have been something like, because she's in quotations, a gemologist, and so I'd assume she would be like cleaning it. But that's like the one thing that I just don't remember is how he actually like.
Yeah,
polished with a
see,
cloth. Yeah.
I was right.
So yeah, C or D for me personally.
I like how you said gemologist.
Well, that's what it says, like in the summary.
Gemologist?
Like, yeah.
I don't really know if that's a word.
She is, but that's fine.
So, The Lost Boys. I think when you found out I hadn't seen The Lost Boys, there was like something broken inside of you.
Oh yeah.
What's The Lost Boys?
You don't know what hang on. Demonic! Please tell me you're joking.
Who knows? Am I joking? Am I joking? Is this just my drunken stupor, or is this real? You'll never know.
You owe me if this is real, if you've never seen. Okay, I want to know what your opinion of it was first, though, Leon, because we did watch it together.
We did, yes, and it was definitely a movie of all time.
I don't mind if you didn't like it. Like it's just like every movie. It's definitely like hit or miss depending on a person's personal preference. But
I can
I'm
see why it
curious.
was a classic. I can see why it became a classic. There were a lot of faces in it that I recognized from my youth, and I liked the twist that it was, you know, the boyfriend was the leader of the movie or the vampire gang, even though you could see it coming from a mile away. They like built.
Yeah.
It's like they built you up to believe it, and then they cut you down, and then they were like, "Haha, it was him all along."
Yeah, they just didn't take into account that the head vampire would be slightly different.
Well, also they invited him in, so the rules changed once they got invited in. You knew the grandpa was gonna do something, you know, in the end.
Oh,
but
yeah.
The fact that he knew that there were vampires in town and didn't say anything the whole movie was stupid.
He didn't want them to believe he was strange. You know, not having a TV, but getting the TV guide.
He didn't want them to think he was strange. Yeah. That's totally why he did. Ugh. Like, the trope of the mom not believing anything is just... you know, I would probably put it in, like, B or C. And it's only, like, C for me because I can't watch that part with the rice.
Yeah. The maggots.
Yeah.
Worms and stuff.
Well,
that happens. Yeah.
That is unfortunately because of my father's kitchen having maggots in the food there, so.
No, that's
it's just
perfectly fair.
Can't do it. How about you?
No. I'm happy to go to B.
Okay.
Personally, I would set it at A, But
Really?
the only reason it's not the only reason it's not S tier is because the first one is really, really good for me.
I'm sorry, there's
The
another?
rest of them, yeah,
There are more?
There is a whole franchise. Yeah,
I didn't know
there
there
is
was
more
a
than one.
franchise.
You don't need to watch them. You don't need to watch them. Yeah, I think there's
It gets
4, 3 or
worse as
4.
you keep watching.
I mean, isn't that all series though? Are you okay, demonic?
Are you good, Baba Grill? Oh my god.
Do you need to go to sleep, baby?
I can't sleep, can't stop, won't stop, heart palpitations. Let's keep going.
Okay.
No. You look after yourself, bitch.
It's a little past that point. Next movie.
Ginger
That's
Snaps.
We watched that together.
We did, and it was a movie.
It was certainly a movie.
It was
hmm.
it was a different type of werewolf movie. It was not the oh no, he's hot. It was oh Jesus Christ. She's crazy.
Yeah.
She's actually going to eat people. You know, when the guy that she fucked in the back of his car suddenly turned into a werewolf, or was turning into a werewolf, my initial thought was not, oh yeah, she bit him all over the place. It was, oh god, you can transfer it with genital fluid?
No, that's fair. That would have made this better.
Yeah, it was a terrible
That would have
movie.
made this better. Yeah,
I do have to give it, like, it gets to go up a tier just because there was no miraculous happy ending after all the shit she did.
Yes. I was gonna say I'd put it in like E with Boogeyman, where like the concept is there and there were things about it that were definitely enjoyable or different to what you expect.
Uh-huh.
So it's not like terrible.
I think
I
I'm gonna
get past certain things.
it would normally be an E, but I think just because you don't get the cheesy happy ending, everything works out, I'm gonna move it up one tier to D.
That is perfectly fair. I also agree. I do.
We did not watch Feast. Are you aware of Feast?
Yes, I have seen Feast.
E.
I'm gonna
That's
cry.
a fucking E.
An E?
You've seen Feast too, Demonic?
It's a fucking E. Just put it there. Go on to the next one.
No.
Like, if it's
Okay,
that bad,
but
are you sure it's not an F?
I'm going to agree with Demonic. It belongs in E.
Okay, listen.
But-
If you manage to watch the movie without giving up or fast forwarding, then it gets to be an E. F tier is either we won't watch it or we tried to, but it was so bad we couldn't watch the whole thing.
It's one of those movies you can't help but just like stare at it. You can't stop looking.
Okay, so the thing is that
It's like rubbernecking at a
Leon,
car crash.
yes, but knowing you and your reactions to certain scenes in other movies, you would not be able to get through this.
Oh. Okay, we're not going to talk about it anymore. Let's move on to I Spit on Your Grave.
Just slap it in E, call it a day, next movie, let's go.
I want to see I Spit on Your Grave, but we did not get around to it.
I've only seen about half of it.
Okay.
I couldn't
because-
finish it.
You couldn't? Well, guess where it goes then.
Yeah, it's gonna have to go low. I will finish it one day, but yeah.
Eventually.
Is that the one where there was like an old hag basically that was like trying to get this woman in her car? Was that one of the scenes?
Wait, what?
No? Okay.
I was like 10 minutes in when I gave up.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Phantasm?
I haven't seen that.
Yeah, I have not seen that one.
Okay. Jeez, all three of us haven't seen it. Okay. Nightmare on Elm Street. Now,
Another classic.
yeah, you and I watched
D.
this, but not even for this list. Did you say D?
B
B is in boy.
for bitch.
Why?
Same case with Friday the 13th. It's a good series. The first one was fucking great. But
It did fall
like
off the
all
rails.
other yeah, like if you go down like the whole series, it gets worse and worse in each fucking movie.
I feel like in something that has so many sequels that they run out of things and they kind of try to recycle.
Yeah, which is what they shouldn't do. They should just come up with something original.
Right? But the name on the franchise is what brings people in at that point.
Yeah.
Which is stupid. That's why we have like fucking 10 Fast and the Furious movies.
I haven't even seen one of those.
Cargo Fast Family.
Anything
I keep
else?
saying that I'll watch the first one, but then I never do. Yeah, no, I agree. Like, Nightmare on Elm Street is very well known. It's a classic. It's Wes Craven. It's the first, like, it has good concepts and good kills, but you need to take it at face value for the majority of it.
Right.
So yeah, I'm happy with B tier.
Okay. And now, people may be surprised to learn that I only just watched Alien last week for the first time. And the most iconic alien scene was not even in the movie. And I was like, wait, where's the part where she's in the like exoskeleton and it's like got its little face out like right next to hers? That's not even in that movie.
No, it's in the second one, I think, or the third one.
Yeah, so I was surprised. Very surprised. And I did not like the way that once they had the cat in the carrier, I mean, I know the cat was not actually in the carrier, but the way they just threw that carrier around once the cat was supposed to be in the carrier was really upsetting and took me out of the movie. Also, the way that she just set the cat carrier down and left it right next to the alien. If the cat had died, I would have rioted. I would have burned the house down. But how do we feel? Do we want to go S tier, A tier?
I mean,
Are we going off
personally,
the first movie or the whole series?
I'm going to say just the first movie because that's the only one I've seen.
Okay.
I'd put it in S, personally.
Uh-oh.
I'm high up there. I'm gonna say A.
Okay.
Like, if we were going off the whole series, like, I've read the fucking Alien comics.
Wow. I did not know that there were Alien comics.
Yeah, there's comics.
I do vaguely remember walking in on Dad watching one of the Alien movies where they no longer looked like xenomorphs and were like Inhumans trying to mate traditionally with humans.
I have no idea what you watched.
That wasn't one of the Alien movies where one of them looked like an actual female and was fucking a guy in a hotel?
No.
What the hell was that? I thought it was like one of like Alien 4 or some shit. Species.
There you go. Species.
Oh, it was a completely different. All right. Okay.
Yeah, no. All
Thank
the
you,
alien
Watari.
ones have been in space.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I know that the Alien game has been scaring the shit out of people.
Hmm.
What were you gonna say, Demonic, about the entire series plus the comics?
S tier. Like entire series S tier, just the first movie, either A or B. It was great. It was a great slasher film, but there were some parts that were just kind of eh. Like
No,
the
but
whole
that's fair.
scene where they throw mans on the fucking table and the chest burster comes out,
Uh-huh.
fucking mint. But then you got other scenes where you're just looking at these people thinking like y'all are trained people and y'all are acting fucking stupid.
Yeah,
No,
but
that's
So-
fair. Actually,
They-
I would put it in an A because of that.
they weren't. But we got to remember that they were not military. They were miners. You know.
Yeah, but to
Well,
go into
yeah,
space, the
but-
astronauts go through all that special training and all that shit, and they just freak the fuck out. Like, yes, I would freak out if a dude's fucking chesticles just bursted out, but at the same time, fuck you.
I think, you know,
Yeah.
the entire movie wouldn't have happened if they had just listened to the woman at the beginning and not brought him in.
I mean, yeah,
Anyway,
I don't know, fucking helmet on so the egg doesn't open up in your face.
well, I mean, it melted through his helmet, though.
Well, they should have shot him.
They wanted to save him,
Why?
but
Why?
at
There's
the
no reason to.
well, because I mean, you wouldn't want to save your friend.
If some alien thing was wrapped around my friend's face, I would leave him for dead.
You hear that, Dead? You, man, you get to take care of the guy with an egg sack on his face.
Fuck
Why?
that.
No, he's
Also-
staying on the on the planet. I'm leaving him.
I was also shocked that the doctor was a fucking android. I had never heard anything about that.
Beep boop bop.
Yeah. His whole mission was literally to go collect the alien and stuff.
Yeah.
Hence the trying to save the person.
Yeah.
But yeah,
We did not watch Beware the Blob.
I haven't seen it before. Personally.
Y'all haven't seen the Blob.
Nope.
Was
Like I've seen
okay.
clips of it, but I've never actually seen the whole movie.
Was it one of the black and white films that had like an alien blob literally that like ate a cop car?
Dissolves everything.
Okay, I think that I watched it on like Masterpiece Theater probably like 15, 20 years ago. And all I remember is it eating a cop car.
It's a C tier movie.
Yeah. Like generally here, C tier.
Yeah, like it's not the greatest, but it's not terrible. Like if you've seen it, you would know it, and people know of it.
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah.
how about The Omen?
We
Come
watched
on.
the first original one together.
Yeah, we did.
The Omen.
Watari needs to learn how to
Um,
spell gelatinous. I love you, Atari. I knew what this was about, but I had no idea that it was literally going to be they're gonna try to kill the kid. And when the wife died, I was actually surprised.
Yeah. And then the father gets shot at the end.
Yeah,
Yeah. As
I
As
was
a whole-
also when the mother of Damien turned out to be a fucking dog.
yeah. Yeah. Because it
I'm
was a
sorry.
hand of hell.
Fucking what?
Yeah, like the when the priest comes into the father's office, he tries to say she was a jackal, and he gets cut off at Jack because the door bursts open, and I'm like, I said to Dad, I'm like, did he just try to say the mother was a jackal? And then
She was a
later,
hellhound.
and then later they
Yeah.
go to the graveyard where she was buried and open the grave, and it's literally a dog skeleton.
Yeah. She's meant to be a hellhound, while the father was like, obviously the devil.
Like
Yeah.
they were all in on it, trying to get this Antichrist out into the world.
Yeah. There's 5 movies altogether. There's the original 4, and then the 5th one's a remake. Don't worry about ever watching the remake. It is literally practically word for word what the original is. It's that kind of remake,
Oh, okay.
just in a modern day. The original series, though, they start to get a bit, I don't want to say boring, but like definitely sort of trudging through. The second one is about a slightly older Damien, who doesn't know like he's the Antichrist. He just knows that his father tried to kill him, and he lives with his uncle.
Interesting.
Third one is,
I'll be honest, I thought that he was gonna stay with the fucking president.
No, he ends
Because
up
the way that
living with his uncle
the
and
way that the
cousin.
first one ended, he was holding hands with the president and first lady.
Yeah, nah, he ends up living with his aunt and uncle and cousin.
I also had
Um,
no idea there were sequels to The Omen.
Yeah. The third one, I think he's meant to be an older teen or an early 20s. Has Sam Neill in it, who's,
Really?
yeah. He plays Damien. And
Oh.
the fourth one is an adult Damien who, I think, if I remember the fourth one correctly, because it's the one I've seen the least, I think he comes to terms with his, like, antichristness and wants to, take over everything.
Uh-huh.
The first one alone, it's a good classic. I'd put it in B personally. But yeah,
I thought,
as like an entire series, C, it's average.
as much as he seemed to care about his parents, I thought it was strange when he knocked his mom off the stool and then did not give two shits when she fell to the first story.
Yeah, it was meant to be like him sort of leaning into that evil
Yeah, after the new nanny
urge
came.
sort of thing. Yeah, that evil urge. I mean, I'll give it props for scaring the shit out of viewers that for the next, like, 5-ish years, nobody named their child fucking Damien because of this movie.
So,
So,
Demonic, do you have anything to say about it?
Huh? What movie we're talking about?
The
The
Omen.
Omen.
Oh, haven't
This
seen it.
man,
You haven't
this
seen
man
The
is
Omen.
so far gone.
Oh god. All right. So, Dead B tier.
Yeah.
I kind of
if we're
like
solely-
that.
I was,
I
You
kind of
finish
like
first.
that. The mother recognized that there was something wrong, but she
Mhm.
wasn't depicted as the hysterical woman that nobody believes.
yeah. Yeah.
That's the one good thing that there was about I mean, she died and she thought she was going
Yeah.
crazy, but she didn't have to fight her husband. He immediately said, if you want to go to therapy, that's fine, and then went and talked to the therapist about what was going on. And he didn't let anybody say, hey, my wife is crazy, because I mean, he knew she wasn't crazy, but because of talking to the therapist, we could see, oh, she recognizes that there's something wrong, but nobody's calling her crazy. They were
Yeah.
genuinely trying to help her because they thought that it was just, the pressure of motherhood and, the husband's job and that kind of thing. expectations of
Yeah.
a wife in that era.
Yeah, sure.
We didn't watch Critters. Have you seen it?
Long ago, so don't remember. But I do know it.
Demonic?
Haven't seen.
Okay. The Hitcher.
It sounds adorable though.
Critters? I doubt it.
Critters is kind of creepy. Like the like the monster design and stuff is a little creepy, but
I
yeah.
kind of remember something that's like half gremlin, half hairy.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think we watched The Hitcher.
No, and I've never seen it personally.
Just from context clues, I have a feeling it's about a psychopathic hitchhiker.
Probably. How about
Nate.
Cloverfield?
I've seen Cloverfield.
Basically, that's between A and B for me, because Cloverfield started the whole, like, I guess you could call it genre of, like, horror films, where it's, like,
Found
it's
footage?
the camera, yeah, like the whole found footage shit.
Yeah, which is why I haven't been able to watch a lot of recent horror films because it gives me such bad motion sickness that I can't physically watch the movie.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I
Like-
agree with the between A and B. Yeah.
Let's just
Also
put it
with
in
what
A, because
Atari
B's
said.
running out of room.
Well, like you see down here in Don't Know, Don't Remember, the fields get bigger.
Ah, shit. B's gonna be huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's gonna be a lot of bees.
I've honestly not heard anything bad about the first Cloverfield. It's after you
Mhm.
get into the sequels that, like, wasn't it like Cloverfield 2 that like you didn't even know it was a Cloverfield movie until the very end, except it was called Cloverfield something?
I haven't seen that one. I have
Oh.
seen a Netflix one that they did that wasn't too bad. But yeah, no.
Yeah, I did want to watch Cloverfield, but I went to see District 9, which was another it wasn't found footage,
Yeah.
but it wasn't the found footage, but it was not a steady cam. So it was like a guy with a camera running behind people, and I was on a date. It was the last date I was ever on, was District 9, and I kept having to look at the ceiling to settle my stomach or I was going to vomit in the theater. So,
Damn. No, that's fair. District 9 was quite the movie.
yeah, that's not actually, that one's actually not on here.
No.
Yeah, Watari, it's called like Cloverfield Drive or something weird like that, and it's like not until the end do you realize that it has anything to do with Cloverfield if it weren't for the name.
What do you think of Cloverfield, Mimic You?
Children of the Corn.
Creepy.
I
I will say that
I watched it just because every time I mention Iowa to people as my home state, they immediately bring up Children of the Corn. And I'm like, listen, just because I lived in the middle of a cornfield for many, many years does not mean that I'm going to drag you off and murder you.
I mean, I already hated kids to begin with. The movie just made it worse.
that's true. No, wait, that's true.
So where do we want to put it?
It's not that the movie was like actual horror, it was just creepy,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, I'd honestly just leave it and see where. Yeah.
C for creepy.
I was going to
Yeah.
say C
Yeah,
for
C
corn.
creepy. Yeah, C for corn, C for children, C for creepy. Creepy children in the corn. But that sounds perfect, honestly.
We did not watch Creepshow, but I have heard nothing but
No.
amazing things about Creepshow.
Yeah, same. I haven't seen it, but I've heard a lot of good things. So it is on my list to watch.
Demonic, have you seen it?
Oh, there we go.
I ain't gonna lie to you, I ain't never even heard of it.
I think that it's like a Shudder original.
Like y'all said, Creep Show. I thought American Horror Story Freak Show.
Yeah, no. I think that it's like Shudder is like the Netflix for horror movies, and I think it's an original by them.
Yeah.
Netflix for horrors.
Not horrors, horror.
I know what I said.
Uh-huh. I know what you said too. I know what you did last summer.
First one is excellent. The second one, okay. The third one is terrible.
As
Hold
with
up,
most
there's
of
a
these.
fucking third one?
Yeah.
There's a third one. Yeah, there's this one. I still know, and then I'll always know. But to be fair, I'll always know what you did last summer is a completely separate cast and like characters.
Wait.
I
Watari,
don't know.
Watari says that there's an Aussie ripoff.
Yes, there is an Aussie ripoff. I've forgotten the name. Watari, please let us remember what the title is.
Probably, I think I know what you did last Saturday.
Shut the fuck up, bitch. Fighting in chat. How many runs you made last summer? There we go.
Didn't you like suggest that or something?
I think Watari did
Yeah,
when we were watching a couple of films.
Cricket. I was gonna say baseball, but yeah, cricket.
Yeah, cricket.
Of course, cricket for Australia. So I've never actually seen I Know What You Did Last Summer, but I know that it's, like they hit a guy in the middle of the road.
Yeah.
And then just like shoved his body off to the side.
Yeah, they put him in the water.
They're done that.
I'm going to completely ignore the second and third one and base this solely on the first one.
Okay.
Although I guess a bit of the second one. I'd honestly put it in A.
An A?
Like it is, yeah. Like it genuinely had some really good shit. The actors were all there for it, and it has some like really good actors in it. To be fair,
Okay.
it has some really decent kills. Like genuinely, they're quite creepy.
Huh.
And like gruesome.
Okay.
So personally, yeah, I would put it up in like the A. There's like little bits here and there that are a little off, which is why I wouldn't put it in S tier. However, like, I'm just gonna say this. One of the bits that seems off is there's a scene in it where Jennifer Love Hewitt, who's the main girl in it, is like standing in the middle of the street, turning around with her arms out, yelling something about like, oh, I'm right here, like, just come get me sort of thing. And it felt a little off, but it turns out like a kid suggested it, and so she did it.
Oh, that's cute.
So yeah, that's cute. But like, it still felt a little off for the movie.
That's kind of like.
Fuck them kids.
But like, that's cute.
You know what? I
So,
love
like,
it
yeah.
when a child suggests something and then they do it. I mean,
Yeah.
they did that
like, that is
in Thor Ragnarok too. When Thor says that the Hulk, he's like, I know him from work.
Yeah.
That was a child
Cute.
suggestion too. Demonic, how do you feel about I Know What You Did Last Summer?
Between A and B.
Okay, so we've
yeah,
got
I was
two
gonna say,
A's in there, so
Yeah.
Like, Dad made some good points, but again, like those little tidbits that were like just seemed out of place really kind of iffed it for me.
yeah.
Yeah. For sure.
I don't even remember bringing up the Brotherhood.
I don't know this one.
Brotherhood of Steel.
I'm going to assume none of us have seen it from that one comment.
The ABCs of Death?
I haven't seen it, but I've heard that it's good.
It's fucking great.
Have you seen
There
it,
we go.
Demonic?
Demonic, talk about it.
You like watching people die. It is great.
Okay. I mean,
It's a
Anything
B-tier
else?
movie.
a B tier movie.
It's okay. It's literally what the fuck it says.
Does
Like
what it says
people
on the
dying
tin.
in like hella ways.
Is this like a 100
It's
Ways
like
to Die kind of movie?
kind of, yeah, a little bit. Just you know how crazy like the shit happens in Final Destination is like shit you wouldn't expect.
Uh
Kind of like that. Except it doesn't make you fucking anxious when driving behind a semi truck.
huh. Yeah, that movie ruined so many people's lives. So I heard
Yeah,
Hostel.
ABC's B tier.
Oh, no, B tier.
Yeah.
I heard that Hostel 1 was a good movie, but Hostel 2 was just like the exact same movie, but with women instead of men.
Oh, sorry.
I
Refilling
I
my
haven't even
wallet. We're talking
seen
about Hostel.
Hostel.
Hostel, yeah.
It's for me personally, just as like what I personally like in a horror movie, I'd probably just put it at D. It's a good, gory and like torture porn-esque film. So if you're if
Oh,
you're
it's a
into
snuff
those,
film. Okay.
yeah. So if you're into that,
Um,
sure.
Are these not all snuff films?
It's
Nah.
kind of like the difference between like a slasher and Hellraiser.
Fair.
It-
But yeah, I think I'd put Hostel at a D. Like it has some really good kills, and it's kind of creepy just thinking about like. Technically speaking, this could happen because like you could get kidnapped, you could get tortured, or like put into prostitution or whatever have you by going around and visiting the world.
Uh-huh.
But
you
like,
promise?
yes, sweetie. But yeah, like no, it's not really my kind of film
Mm-hmm.
when it comes to like horror or like yeah.
Horror.
It's very much just like torture porn sort of stuff.
Okay. Now, I know that we didn't together watch Blade, but is there anybody in the world who hasn't seen Blade by now?
Blade is so good. Blade is S tier. We don't need to discuss it.
I did not
It's not
know.
even a horror movie.
I did. It's a vampire movie, you know.
Yeah.
Who vampires? Is fucking Twilight gonna be on here?
Is it?
No, it's not on here.
Good. Jesus
Blade
Christ.
Blade is considered a horror marvel.
Yeah,
because it
I
has
had
darker
no
themes.
idea that Blade was a Marvel IP.
Yeah.
You know, it's like the idea that there are vampires in Marvel is just amazing. Oh god, what is his name? I can't think of it now. Miguel, the vampire Spider-Man. Oh my god, you know? What do you mean we're getting a new Blade movie next year?
It's not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. They're gonna absolutely fucking ruin it, and it's not even gonna get released. And I gotta take a shit.
Thank you for sharing with the class.
Yeah, we're getting a new Blade next year because it'll officially be under the Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Oh, so it's a remake?
IP rather than. I mean, technically it's a remake, but it's more of like you know how Spider-Man is technically owned by Sony and Marvel, so they've got their own separate.
Yes. Well, I
things
mean,
going.
there are
That's
three
what this will
different
be.
attempts at Spider-Man, so
Yes. But yeah, that's what the new Blade is going to be. It's going to be because it's under officially Marvel rather than outsider companies.
right. Now I know that we did not even talk about Shake, Rattle, and Roll.
Fucking what? I've never heard of it beside this tier list. So.
Okay, down it goes. Night of the Demons. Why did we not watch something called Night of the Demons?
I don't know, but I've never seen it. It sounds like we need to make a short list of things that we've not seen that we want to see and watch them after.
Right. I mean, I should have started with this one because I am a demon and I'm nocturnal. What does that? Because A exist. Wait, it's already up in our movie list. If Ryan Reynolds isn't in it, I'll be sad. Can Ryan Reynolds be in it without giving people the impression that it's going to be a Deadpool movie?
That is true. Which is funny because a lot of people really hated Blade 3, but
I don't know if I saw more than just the first Blade, but I know that in one of the Blade movies, Wesley Snipes, that's who it was, right? Wesley Snipes.
yeah, Wesley Snipes
refused to blink during no wait he refused to open his eyes for an extreme close-up because he was just pissed off that day. So they CGI'd his eyes opening and it looks terrible.
That's beautiful.
All right, how do we feel about the Amityville Horror?
I've seen the original and the remake.
I think I have too because the remake has Ryan Reynolds in it, right?
Yes. Yeah, I got another thing that
No,
has Ryan
I'm
Reynolds
not
in it.
trying to. I just don't know what you were saying. What is A? I don't know what that was supposed to be.
Also, Ryan Reynolds was only in the third Blade movie. Anyway, continuing on.
Ryan Reynolds was in a Blade movie?
Yes, he was in the third one.
Oh, it was just because I exist. Okay. Yeah, but he was also the father in the Amityville Horror, wasn't he? Remake?
Yes. Yeah, the remake, yeah. Oh.
I don't remember if it was the original or the remake where weird things were happening while they were filming, like people waking up at 3:33 in the morning and a dead body washing up next to the house on the riverbank.
I think that was the original where that happened.
As a horror movie, I kind of feel like this was a good one, a good classic, because it kind of starts out. Well, I suppose they all kind of start out, like normal moving in kind of thing, and then things start to go south, but it's so fast, Because even in the original, they were only, I mean, not the original, but like the story of the Amityville house, they only lived there for like 29 days. But I think that it also helped set a lot of the tropes for later movies, like with the flies and falling through stairs and stuff like that. How do we feel about where to place it?
I do find both the original and, like, personally speaking, I find the original and remake a bit average. Personally, it's just I don't really think I enjoyed the speed of it.
Was it too slow or too fast?
I think it was too slow in parts. So like I respect it. It is a classic and it is a well-known like based on a true story
Yeah.
thing, but it's definitely not really for me. Like I might have it on in the background while I'm doing other shit, but I won't actively like rewatch
Yeah.
over and over.
So do you feel like it's maybe a C or a D tier?
See? Yeah.
Because I would probably put it in a C myself.
Yeah, I'm happy to leave it in a C.
We did not watch Cabin Fever.
I have seen it.
Okay.
Both the original and remake.
Oh, Jesus. Why do they all have remakes?
Because they're stupid. But what's funny is that I'm pretty sure both the original and remake came out in the early 2000s. So they, or at least like the first one came out in the early 2000s, and the second one I think might be a 2011 movie. But either way,
Like, they didn't even wait 10 years? Jesus.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think they even waited 10 years.
At that point, I gotta be like, dude, why didn't you just reread the script and do your edits before you made the film?
Yeah, well. You wouldn't be able to get through it. I
Why
don't
not?
think. Because there's certain aspects about it where, like, skin eventually starts peeling off, and I think nails, and there's just, like, a lot of... If I remember, like, one of them had a lot of vomiting and stuff. It was very queasy, sort of freaky, scary. I remember watching both, and like I've seen them a few times here and there, but I don't think I would ever like put myself through it again. Demonic, what the fuck did you do?
What does muffed up mean?
That is a good question. While we're waiting for that answer, I think personally I'd put
does that mean
Cabin
he
Fever in
threw up?
D. I'd assume so.
Oh, he left the call because it was in his ass pocket. You idiot. Welcome back. Have you seen Cabin Fever, Demonic? Did you mute yourself, Demonic?
Demonic is dead.
You know
He
what
is the cabin.
Do you know what I just realized? I don't have him on the screen. We need a picture for him. I don't know where he is.
You doing good, sweetie?
VTuber friends. Do I have the picture over here? No. Oh my god. Do you know what I could use? No, I can't use that for him. Or can I? That would be fucking hilarious. Demonic, are you muted? Shit, okay. I'm going to look... We didn't watch The Evil Bong. Have you seen it?
No, I haven't seen it.
Okay, then let's start in on Anaconda while I look for this picture.
Cabin Fever's meant to be in D.
Oh, did I not move Cabin Fever?
No.
Okay, Cabin Fever and then Anaconda. What do we feel about that?
Okay, we watched Anaconda together.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like Anaconda, the scariest thing in it was the guy, not the snake. And
That's fair. No.
and I also um Jesus, I'm trying to think of words and it's like I'm trying to multitask.
No, that's fair.
And it's not. Can I not open two of these at the same time? Okay, I don't think I can do that then. Do I have the picture of him? Can you like type to him to see if maybe he muted and turned the sound off?
Yeah.
Wait, was that it? That was it. There it is. Save image. And then scroll all the way down to the bottom. Pictures. VTuber friends. Even though it's not.
Anyway, I think Anaconda has like 3 or 4 movies in the series. However many, I've seen all of them. They don't get any better. I will say
No.
that they don't get any better. The first one, I wouldn't necessarily say is like a classic in the same sense as Friday the 13th for like I Know What You Did Last Summer, but it definitely has that sort of like cultish feel where like people will watch it because they've heard of it and it has a lot of good actors in the cast. But I wouldn't necessarily say that it's like good, but also high demonic.
What demonic? What are you doing?
I'm just seeing if y'all fucking hear me.
Yeah, we can hear
Go to
you.
We
city.
can hear you, sweetie.
We can hear you now.
I'm drunk as shit and lonely. Don't fucking ignore me.
We weren't ignoring
then-
you.
Come visit and I will fucking
Fuck
hug
you.
you or something. I don't know, man. That too. But yeah, I think Anaconda would honestly like it's a good background film to just listen to because it's got such a stellar cast. So either D or E personally, unless someone else has an opinion on it.
I thought it was. I mean, if you've got a snake that is screaming, you're not a great movie.
What's happening, Watari? Demonic is extremely drunk and lonely and needs hugs, and we're talking about Anaconda. The movie Anaconda.
Anaconda don't want none unless you got funds.
Not that kind of Anaconda, sweetie.
Oh, you know exactly what kind of anaconda I'm talking about.
That's the only anaconda you know.
But yeah,
I was waiting
my
for you to
personal
go.
opinion
"Yeah,
is
boy."
either D or E. But yeah.
Settings. Oh, you have a reactive set. Okay, good.
I'm afraid to see what photo or whatever you picked for me. Let's find out.
You know exactly what it is.
Do I?
Yeah, because I fucking paid for it.
Shit, you're right. You know I'm not the smartest thing in the world, right?
Maybe.
Well, yeah, you're in the military.
Yeah, well, you're from fucking Australia.
You know what? He's right.
He
He
is.
got at least one thing right.
Why don't you
Can
get
you
your
put it on
ass
top of my
kicked by a
head?
fucking kangaroo?
I mean, he could if he just, like, went outside.
Can you put his Fuji thingy on top of my head? I want to wear him like a hat.
Oops.
You can wear me however you like.
How's that? How's that? Now he's on top of you.
Because
Also-
I'm always on top.
Also, it looks
As
like
he should be.
he's the category header for don't know, haven't watched.
I'm be saying that a lot, so checks out.
Okay. Where are we putting Anaconda? We're leaving it in D.
Yeah.
Yeah, either D or E.
Yeah, I would
Have y'all
almost.
done
Someone
Piranha
has
yet?
No, we didn't watch Piranha. I would almost
No, we
put
didn't.
Anaconda in an E just because the fucking snake was screaming.
The scream was unnecessary.
Okay, where would you put Jaws then?
I haven't seen Jaws.
Egg fucking excuse you?
Yeah, I haven't seen Jaws, and it's not legally available to me on any of the streaming platforms that I have access to. So,
Damn.
and
Shit, I know where I used to live at. They used to show Jaws like in the lake. Like you used to be on like floaties,
yeah, I
and
was
they'll
just
put
gonna
on a
say,
big ass floating screen.
Yep, a lot of people do that. No. I have 24 cents to my name, so I can't even do the $2.99 rental on Amazon.
I fucking feel that.
So, let's see. Final Destination.
I love those movies so much.
Are we gonna put it
There's
up there
5
with?
of them.
Are we gonna put it up with I Know What You Did Last Summer?
Yeah, I think personally I'd put them at A. Like, they have some real funky ass kills. But, like, it's fun.
It's like the first guy who died. You expect him to lose his hand when he sticks it down the sink, and that doesn't happen. And then his food catches on fire, and so you expect him to burn to death because he can't get away, and then that doesn't happen. And then you think, what if the window falls down on him when he's crawling through, and that doesn't happen. And then it looks like he's just going to get away, and he slips on, was it food that he threw out the window? And then
The guy.
and then the ladder comes down through his fucking skull, and that's how he dies. And it's just like, you weren't expecting that.
Never let them know your next move.
And it's weird to me. That's kind of weird because I didn't think that those ladders actually touched the ground. I thought fire escape ladders just like got you close to the ground, but that last step you got to take on your own. I also don't know if they're so heavy they would go through your skull, but it did go through his eye socket, which is a weaker, thinner piece of bone, I suppose. The car with the pipes on top was just going through the next car and impaling a guy. I don't remember a car with pipes on top. Was that the woman who was like in the pasture, like driving through the pasture, and she had something that was it was like through her her headrest, and then airbag went off and slammed her head into it? Was it that one?
I shouldn't laugh at these.
I mean, that was unexpected, but also at the same time, you got to think, if you know that something is gonna kill you and there's a spike at the back of your head, fucking don't put your head right in front of it. Something strange is going to happen and it's going to kill you. So, anyway, I don't think we watched Fright Night. I've heard of it.
Yeah, we did.
Did we watch Fright Night?
We watched the remake.
Which one is it?
The one with David Tennant setting all bisexual like.
Oh, that one.
Yeah,
okay.
the vampire one.
The vampire one. Right.
Yeah. That's a remake. But personally, I prefer the remake. For once in my life, I actually prefer the remake.
I mean, it gets a step up for David Tennant walking around half naked for part of the movie.
True.
But also, I was surprised at the not setting the vampire on fire, but setting himself on fire to run at the vampire.
Yes. Props for ingenuity.
I mean, David Tennant, can he ever not be fine? He is a little too thin, though. I feel like he could stand a few pounds. Just to be, a little more cuddly. So where are we putting Fright Night? Are we going, like, A tier, B tier?
I'd put it at B.
Demonic, have you seen it?
What are we saying?
Fright Night. Have you seen Fright Night?
No.
You haven't seen it? Okay. Alright, I guess we're going B tier then. I'm assuming From Dusk Till Dawn is another vampire movie, but I don't think we watched it.
Sorry, I want to steal chips.
You both talked at the same time, and I didn't hear either of you.
Oh, I went to steal chips, so I'm back now.
You were already eating.
Eating ass.
Demonic, have you seen From Dusk Till Dawn?
I have.
No. Of course you have.
I'm starting to think that they're...
Quentin Tarantino, but I have seen it.
Oh, it's a Quentin Tarantino film.
Uh-huh.
So it must be confusing as shit.
Surprisingly not.
How do we feel about it?
Movie? Oh, that ABC's it too.
Is it a vampire movie?
It's a vampire movie. I think it was George Clooney, isn't it? Was it him? I don't know. There's two brothers, and they end up on a caravan heading out to, like, salvation because they are, I think, thieves, or, like, they've done something illegal. And they rock up to a, like a strip club sort of bar, and, they decide, oh yeah, we'll stay the night, we'll go check out the lovely ladies. And it turns out they're all vampires.
So it's a vampire strip club? Awesome.
Yeah. Yeah.
That is awesome. I might have to watch that and get inspiration for my strip club in hell.
Yeah. I honestly, I'd put it at C. Like, it has a decent concept, and it's quite cool and unique, but, like, it's average.
Yeah. Well,
Like me.
You're more than average, BB.
well, if we're talking about height, not so much.
Oh, you're below average then.
I was talking about length, but okay.
It's the girth.
Dicks.
It's the girth that matters.
And that's why they call me Tuna Can Sam.
No.
Ghoulies?
Never seen it. Heard of it?
What?
Never seen it.
Ghoulies.
Ghoulies. Like
Goonies?
No, not Goonies.
No,
Ghoulies.
Ghouls. Ghouls.
Yeah, no. No.
Okay. Halloween.
Another
Just
one
drop
of
that
those.
bitch and be with the rest of them.
Yeah, I watched that for the first time in Chill Server last week or the week before, and I was surprised at how fucking slow it was.
Yeah. So.
Like, it
Here's
was.
the thing.
It might as well have been the fucking Babysitter's Club for the first 2/3 of the movie. Jesus
Firstly,
Christ.
fair. Secondly, yeah, the thing is, the first two are like they're pretty slow. They've got some decent kills, even if they're not very realistic. They've got some like decent kills for what a horror movie is.
Uh-huh.
The third one has nothing to do with Michael Myers because technically the background for it is that each Halloween movie was meant to be a different story, but within the franchise.
Uh-huh.
But people liked Michael Myers so much that when the third movie came out and there was no Michael, they went back to there being a Michael Myers from the fourth one onwards.
Because people were so angry he wasn't there.
Yeah. Yeah. Because people just, they loved Michael.
Too many people want to sleep with Michael.
True.
Well,
Rob Zombie
considering
remake
that the mask
need to be watched.
is one of the playboys of the era, because you know the mask was a Captain Kirk mask, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But yeah, the Rob Zombie remake, there's two of them. Doesn't need to be watched. They are essentially like gore and torture porn, and there's more sex in it than there needs to be. And it's a lot more graphic.
A
There's
lot
also
of these films had like full frontal nudity, and like they might as well have been porn movies for
Yeah.
as much sex and teenage sex that was in these movies.
Mm-hmm. There's also a rape scene in the first Rob Zombie remake.
Oh.
So yeah, it's not worth it. Watching those remakes, not worth it.
Yeah, they were watching Halloween 2018 in Chill Server just as we started this stream, so
Mm-hmm.
I did not get to see that.
Yeah, the reboot is a lot better.
Yeah.
Yeah, the continued reboot with Jamie Lee Curtis, pretty good. The Halloween Kills and Halloween Ends, very hit or miss movies, but I did like Halloween Ends, like decently. So yeah, it definitely, like the whole series definitely just sort of deserves to sit in the B. The rest of like the classic.
Yeah. How about Tremors? We together did not watch this, but this is the one with like the worms
Tremors
under
is-
the ground, right?
Yeah, I like Tremors. Well, okay, I like the first Tremors. I feel like it should stay in B. It is definitely. I don't think.
With
Having
their-
watched interviews with Kevin Bacon, it wasn't meant to be a B grade movie, but they treated it as such. And
Whenever
honestly, treating it as such worked.
Whenever I see like the movie poster for Tremors, I always think Dune Light.
Mm-hmm.
Demonic, do you have anything to
No,
say on
that's fair.
Tremors?
What'd you say? I'm having to go in between like two different chats right now.
Tremors. Do you have any-
Tremors, C tier movie. Like, interesting idea. They could have done it better though.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, are you guys gonna duke out whether or not it's a C or a B?
It's a
I'd
C.
say
Anyone?
I
You're Australian. Your
Actually-
opinion's invalid.
no. Hey, I was about to agree with you though. You got nothing to say now? I was
No,
like,
my point
yes,
was proven.
I would originally put it in a B simply because like it does have quite the cast and like
It's
the
original.
actors themselves treated the movie as less than it was, so it made it work. The rest of the series is terrible, but the first movie has its good ideas. However, the kills on it are you just don't see them because that you're dragged underground to die. There's nothing really to it, so I would drop it to a C. That was my reasoning.
Because you don't get to watch people get eaten.
Yeah, you don't get to see what happens. You get dragged underground and assumedly eaten alive. Like, there's nothing more to it. The only thing that is meant to be scary about it is that it's this giant alien-esque worm that lives under the ground and causes major tremors and can, like, devour a whole small town because it's just that big. It's just, yeah, there's nothing that frightening about that without the, like, sort of even slightly grotesque death scene that shows what it can do.
So it's like a moving Sarlacc pit.
Yeah.
How about Hellraiser?
Hellraiser's a very hit or miss movie with people. I personally really like the first one.
Going
But that is
into
where I
it,
stop.
going into it, you know, I had seen pictures of the puzzle box and the girl with the puzzle box and Pinhead, and I genuinely thought that it was more of a labyrinth type thing where she gets taken into, you know, like a hell realm and has to solve the puzzle box in order to get home again. So when I watched it and it was like crazy stepmom murdering people in order to feed her husband's brother, who is just a thing after having solved the puzzle box and been pain tortured into a mess under the floor. Yeah, no, that was, it's, ugh. We're gonna dump it in E. I hated it. I mean, like, even though it was, even, you know, I don't like body horror that much. It doesn't like it doesn't scare me or anything. It's just gross, you know, like seeing like The Cube. I tried to watch The Cube many years ago, and well, not many years ago, like 2 years ago probably, and I made it to like the first 5 minutes where the guy gets into the room and like he thinks it's water and he starts licking it off his skin, and it turns out it's acid and his skin starts falling off. And I couldn't continue because I just don't, I'm not into that, you know? So seeing him, you know, on hooks and stuff is not that bad. But when they do close-ups of, you know, the skin tearing, when the hooks are pulling, yeah, that's what I don't like about it. But then the girl demon like is like searching for his face, and she flips over a flap of skin that still has the eyeballs intact, and I'm like, bitch, that's not how that works. And I was immediately like, I'm gonna hate this because that was so stupid. We watched The Hills Have Eyes together, right? That was the one where they were at the gas station, and then the girl saw the guy had a bag full of stolen stuff, and so he got rid of him by sending him down the wrong road. Was that one?
Yeah, the family with the caravan and the car,
Uh-huh.
and yeah, they get sent off into the hills, and then there's all those
Inbred.
deformed individuals, inbred, yeah,
Yeah.
individuals who end up killing them.
And eating their
Slowly.
bodies. There are
Yeah, like
like
that one German Shepherd dog that got it's like
I was gonna say there are two major trigger warnings for this one. There's the dog dies, and there's a grape scene.
yes, there's a grape and an essay scene because the sister also has milk sucked from her breasts.
I think I missed that part.
Yeah, it's only a smaller-ish scene, but yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not.
It's very graphic.
I am not into the movies with like the oh no, these people were isolated and they're totally inbred and they're disgusting, horrible twisted human beings now. I mean, are they even human anymore? Yeah, I hate those kind of movies. I hate those.
No, that's fair. It's overdone and like puts a huge, I guess, stigma over
People
certain things.
It does also cause younger people who watch this type of movie to then look at people with physical disabilities and be like, ew, you must be one of those inbred hillbilly type things.
Yeah, exactly.
Demonic, are you with us? I think we lost him.
Fair. Oh,
What's up? What are we doing? What's this movie?
the hills have eyes.
He's alive, but he doesn't care about us anymore.
We're talking about the hills have eyes. Honestly,
Never seen it.
I'd leave it on the D. The D tier.
Of course, you'd leave it on Demonic's D.
Yeah, I would. But yeah, it's very graphic, but it has, and it like the stigma bit is it just throws me off.
Mm-hmm.
But for what it's worth, it does have like good kills, good horror, and the acting is really good. So yeah, a D.
I think
At least with our critical thinking, we can be like, these parts are very wrong, and we wouldn't do that outside of like watching it. But like, yeah, I wouldn't put it higher than a D.
How about Child's Play? And we talked about this.
See, now you only watched the remake, and the remake is terrible.
Well, like I said, I don't have Netflix or anything, so I had to watch what was available to me, and the remake was all that was available to me. And so, I almost think that the idea of the programming going wrong seems like scarier than, oh my god, a horrible person did a ritual and is in a doll, because it's like, okay, now this guy was bad, he was a murderer, he's going to continue murdering, you know, the only scary thing about that is it's in a doll, which you wouldn't expect. But in the remake, the doll was programmed incorrectly, but it also didn't actually want to hurt the kid. It just wanted to be the kid's best friend. And I think it goes along the same lines as the new movie Megan, which the programming says make sure that this person is happy, you know, be their best friend, protect them. And it misinterprets that as get rid of all things that hurt them,
Get rid of the
including
negative.
right.
Yeah.
It's also goes along the lines of iRobot, where the sentient computer says, okay, well, the best way to protect humans is to protect them from themselves and remove all
exactly.
autonomy.
Yeah. I think my issue with the remake is that, while yes, I do agree with that. I agree with like your whole analysis, and that like it is scarier to consider just wrong programming, or it was put into their programming, it's just been misunderstood by the creation. It's that Child's Play is an already like fully established series and franchise that has a background and an original background, and the remake just reiterates what other movies have already done.
Right.
So even though it is technically more realistic and therefore potentially more scary, I just don't think it should have been done with Child's Play. Personally.
I kind of feel like Megan was like the new Child's Play, you know?
Yeah.
So where do you want to put Child's Play if we consider the original?
If we just consider the original is I'd probably keep it as a B. The first one is meant to be more of like a serious horror movie, and then from like 2 onwards it just gets more wilder and wilder and out of pocket.
Especially with like The Bride of Chucky, where now there's a second one.
Oh god, yeah. Bride of Chucky, Cult of Chucky, those were some interesting ones. But there's the TV series now, which apparently is really, really good, but I haven't seen it yet.
Yeah. Demonic, how do you feel about Child's Play?
If you're still alive.
Child's Play B, because I didn't even stick with Child's Play anymore. The original one was great, but then it turned, like y'all said, Bride of Chucky, Son of Chucky, all that shit.
Wait, there's a son of Chucky?
Yeah, the child of... Yeah.
Ugh.
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, they get it on and then have a child, and then said
they end up
child.
having a child.
How the fuck do dolls have a baby?
It was made in China.
Yeah, it was made in China.
That's literally how they know it's.
Yeah,
that's how he proves he's theirs.
Yeah.
Like he has made in China on his foot.
And the kid's actually gender fluid, so.
Interesting.
Actually, that's the thing about Child's Play. It's always been like, obviously not like the first couple because they were straight out horror films, but like the rest of them are very like queer positive.
Really?
Very queer positive, and like even in the TV show, it's like one of the scenes that gets played over and over again by people is when Chucky says something about accepting the kid for who he is, and the kid's surprised by that, and Chucky goes, I have a gender fluid kid, I'm not a monster.
I'm not a monster. I'm just I'm just a serial killer
Yeah.
in a doll's body.
Yeah. He's like, I accept you for who you are. I've even got a gender fluid kid. I'm not a monster. I just kill people.
Right?
Like, I love that. So yeah, Child's Play is definitely something for the ages.
All right, we did watch Insidious, right?
Yes.
That was the one with the red door.
Yes. That is the one.
I don't know how I felt about it because it kind of felt like the dad having the ability to astral project was shoehorned in. Like his whole history of knowing the psychic and her coming because she knew him just seemed weird. And yet integral at the
Fair.
same time. So I don't know.
I mean, you were supposed to find out, like, throughout the movie, the little tidbits that they, like, made him forget his childhood so he wouldn't be able to do it anymore. But then it was reawakened so that he could help his son. It gets more into it in future ones. There's 5 at the moment. It's very out of order though.
I hate it when they do
haven't
a
seen the
series
latest
out
one,
of
though.
order.
Well, I don't really. Well, to be fair, the 3rd and 4th one wasn't written by the same person who did the 1st and 2nd one, if I remember correctly. The 1st and 2nd one makes sense. The 3rd one is a like prequel. The 4th one is a sequel to 3, but a prequel to 1.
Jesus Christ.
So if you want to actually watch them in order, it's 3, 4, 1, 2, 5.
What?
Did you not know that?
I don't know many things right now.
Do you know your own name?
David Antonio Sainz Fernandez.
Wow, dude. You know we're live.
Damn.
I don't give a
You
fuck.
just-
What are you gonna do? Steal my identity? I got a credit score of 450.
Damn, dude.
Oh my god.
Don't you pay for everything in cash?
Cash app.
Anyway, do you have an opinion on Insidious?
Insidious overall A tier.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would have to agree.
Okay.
It's definitely not perfect, but yeah, it's up there.
I've only seen the first one with like 20 minutes of another one that I think I came in on with when you were watching it with Watari. So moving on to
Pretty sure 2, 3, and 4 is on Netflix at the moment until like tomorrow night. So if you want to watch any of the other ones, we can.
like have an Insidious marathon just tonight.
Yeah, yeah.
Moving on to Jaws.
Yeah, there we go. Jaws, a classic.
Another
A very-
classic.
Graphic child murder scene.
There are so many people who became afraid of the beach because of Jaws.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Based solely on that, like, it did its job. Like,
Yeah.
it made people scared to do something. And like, it's true, like, sharks do tend to attack people if they're hungry or if they feel threatened. This one was just evil and giant,
Yeah.
but
The thing that you know about it though is that there are so few actual shark attacks but people are
Mhm.
absolutely terrified of sharks, like they're the number one killer in the world or something like that, because of Jaws.
Yeah, people also assume that like because us Aussies are like very beach oriented people that we'd have like a lot of shark deaths a year. We get killed more by horses each year.
Y'all have horses?
We have horses. We got horses. But yeah, there are more horse related deaths than shark related ones each year.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure that
Yeah.
I've heard a statistic like more people in the US are killed by cows than sharks.
Yeah.
So where do we
And
want
yet
to
we're more likely to walk up to a horse or a cow.
I know, right? Because we're like, oh, horses are nice, or cow is food, therefore unthreatening.
Yep.
But then again, a kangaroo can be food, but don't fucking walk up to one of those.
Oh yeah, don't do that. You're gonna get punted.
There was something, I think it was on QI. They asked how many legs does a kangaroo have, and the answer that they said was either 5 if you count all of its limbs and its tail, or 3, which is just its 2 bottom legs and the tail.
And the tail, yeah,
Yeah.
because it can literally lean back and fully rest itself on its tail. Yeah.
Right. Which they apparently do all the time, right? They just lean back like they're reclining on it like a stool.
Yeah.
And when they kick you, when they do the punting, they put all their weight on their tail so they can lift off the ground and like hit you as hard as they can.
Exactly.
Which is, by the way, very hard.
Hard.
Demonic.
Oh my god,
Demonic,
you come in for that.
You are so drunk, you're never going to be hard again.
Joke's on you, that's
Oh
what
my
Blue
Lord.
Chew's for.
What are your opinions on
Oh,
Jaws?
Yeah, what's your opinion
Jaws,
on Jaws?
A
I'm
tier.
thinking A.
Yeah.
A tier. Fucking cult classic. I love sharks. Nom nom nom, and the shark roars.
The shark roars? Why do they keep giving noises to creatures that do not? Screaming snakes and roaring sharks.
Sharks, yep. Because they need to
That's
make it
just-
scarier, but for the logical people, it's like, the fuck, it's already freaky. Why are you giving it this?
Right?
Yep.
Alright. Jeepers Creepers.
The first one and second one are pretty good.
Okay, so we watched Jeepers Creepers.
Yes.
And
we watched it totally legally, because the director / writer is totally not a disgusting person. Sorry, you were saying?
the entire movie wouldn't have happened if the sister had just stood her ground and said, "We are not going back to look in that fucking tunnel." And
Oh yeah, if they had have just picked up and fucking left like normal people,
right, like any sane reasonable people would have just driven on and just called the cops afterwards and not tried to take care of it themselves. Also, when he was being held upside down by the ankles for some god-awful reason, if he hadn't started thrashing like a moron because, oh no, there's a rat nearby, he wouldn't have ended up down at the bottom of that pit. It was just a series of extremely bad decisions.
Yep.
And then, of course,
Not even unfortunate events, just terrible decisions.
And then where the fuck did the psychic come from? Just randomly calling them and then showing up at the police station? I mean, like, what the fuck was that?
Well, she's a psychic.
Yeah, but I don't know.
So she just knew.
It's weird.
Fair.
So, where are we gonna put it?
Despite how terrible the director slash writer is, like, genuinely, if you're going to, for anyone watching, if you're, I don't normally say this, please do watch legally, but if you ever want to specifically watch Jeepers Creepers, just use any site. It is a good film for what it's worth, and it's decently creepy.
But we do not
So
support.
either A or B.
We do not support.
Yeah, we don't support watching it illegally.
We do not support people like
you,
the director.
Yeah, we also don't support people like the director. Don't you fucking dare! I will beat the shit out of you. I'm fine. But yeah, either A or B. Like, it also has a pretty good cast as well, and like, I love Justin Long, so
I don't think it's A tier at all. I would probably put it in C or D tier if it were me. But
Demonic. You're our decider between B and C, since they're the two closest. If Demonic's still alive. Watari, if you're still here, be a helper.
I haven't
Even
seen
though I know that
Watari write in a
loves this
while.
movie.
Watari hasn't had a comment in a while.
Demonic is dead. Okay. I'm happy to put it in C then. That's fine.
Yeah.
I think some of the negatives certainly outweigh
The positives.
The positives.
Yeah. Alright. I don't think we watched Joyride.
No, and I've never seen it.
Never seen it? Okay.
No.
I'm gonna mute for just a second. Ju-on, also known as The Grudge.
Yes, the original.
I think
like
Ju-on is like an S tier movie.
Same. I mean, I think a majority of Asian horrors are like pretty much A or S, and Ju-on definitely is on the S.
Yeah.
Like, it has everything you kind of want.
It is sometimes a little confusing, like in the very beginning, because you don't really know what's going on, and you keep jumping from this character to this character to this character, but by the end you realize how they all came together into one long story, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like there's no getting away from her, and it's just creepy as fuck, you know?
Yeah. For sure.
Did we watch Wrong Turn? We did, didn't we?
Yes. Yeah.
I think this
the
was
dude
one of
who
the...
decides to do the shorter path, and then he runs into the car with like.
The one where he ripped the map off at the end.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. He needed to get somewhere, and so he took a shortcut through the mountain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then there was two choices, and he ended up going the wrong way for the shortcut and crashed into the group of friends' car.
Yeah.
And they get picked off one by one. It's another one of those inbred hillbilly-esque type.
Yeah.
What's the word?
I feel
Stereotypes.
like it was better than The Hills Have Eyes, just because how do I put this? Like, they actually had to think on how to get away, and they were like in the house, and you know, they managed to like hide almost in plain sight and still mostly get away. I don't know, it just it felt like they weren't just sitting around waiting to be picked off, I guess. So I would give it a little bit higher than The Hills Have Eyes, but it's still not the type of movie that I like.
Yeah, the thing is I would also put it slightly above that. I'd say probably keep it in the C. The thing with it is the first one is like really good. 2 onwards, it's not necessary. Don't even try to look at those. They get worse and worse as it gets along and it more convoluted. But even the first one has like its issues. Like you watched me point out where like the blood pack was, and where like
on the
arrows
leg.
came through. Yeah, and where arrows came through when he only shot 1 arrow. Like there were obvious problems with it, but it was a low budget film.
Right.
So I wouldn't like go too hard on them.
I was kind of hoping
some decent kills.
I was kind of hoping that like when I open this stuff in Chrome, you can like scale the page smaller or larger, and I don't usually use Opera, and I didn't want to use Chrome anymore because occasionally it likes to just flash my email up in the corner and be like, hey, do you want to sign into this page using this email or this email? And it's like, why the fuck are you doing this to me? So I wish I don't know how to scale the page to like show more of this thing on screen, and I don't see it. I don't see scaling on the options over here. It doesn't seem like there are very many options for this browser. Oh wait, go to full browser settings maybe? Are we gonna have it in here? Basic wallpaper, privacy, appearance, font size, not font size. Aha! Page zoom. Page zoom. Let's go to 75% and see if... Hey, look at that. We can see the whole thing again. Well, most of it. Uh-oh. Hold on. Wait, nope. I am moving the wrong thing. All the way to the window capture. Okay, I mean, we can see more of it and yet less of it at the same time. I don't know. It's easier for me anyway. Okay. What were we talking about? Wrong turn, right? Are we done with it in C?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Very
I
much happy with it there.
don't know anything about Reanimator.
I've only seen the first one. I know that there's a sequel.
Is it a zombie movie?
But it is a I think it's like a cross between more of like a Frankenstein-esque thing. I'd say we're almost at halfway. I really bloody hope so. Not because I'm not like getting low energy, I'm just like, there's a lot.
Yeah, there are a lot.
And I'm happy to stay on until we're finished. I'm just like, I'm shook by how many.
So I totally was paying attention to Watari and not you. What's Reanimator about? Sorry.
I'm pretty sure it's, if I remember correctly, let me just double check my thingy. I'm pretty sure it's more like a Frankenstein-esque. Oh yeah, it's based on Lovecraft.
Oh, it's a Lovecraftian.
Yeah, it's more like a Frankenstein-esque, based on Lovecraft thing. It's a cult classic, but I don't particularly like. I like it in the sense that it is unique and it is a very much a cult classic-y sort of feel. So it's got a genuine entertainment value, but I wouldn't say it's necessarily good. Probably like C teetering on a B.
C. Okay, so you would leave it in C tier.
Yeah, I think so. I'd be willing to watch it with you if you want, but I'd have to find it.
Okay. I am. Give me just 1 second.
That is so many Watara. Yes, you are correct. They actually, the thing at the top of the list specifically says that if more franchises come their way, they'll add them to the list. So technically speaking, this list will never end. But thankfully, we're doing it now.
We're gonna use my witch to cover up this ad. And wait, no, that's my ghost. I totally have these backwards on naming them, but whatever.
That's so cute, though.
I know, isn't it? Okay, so I've got my new icons covering up the ads. There we go. Okay. Reanimator
Next
set
movie.
C tier. We are looking at Creature from the Black Lagoon.
I have not seen it.
I
know it's a cult classic.
I have, but it was like 20 years ago on a what's that? I said it earlier, where they make fun of the movie and it's the robot in space.
Yeah.
Like it was like kind of like Masterpiece Theater, but it's I can't remember what it's called.
Fair.
Anyway,
Yeah,
it's
don't
one
know
of those
much.
classic B movies, black and white B movies, along with The Blob. Where did we put? Oh yeah,
Fair.
Beware the Blob. We'll put it in the same category as Beware the Blob because it's the same type of movie.
Yeah.
All right, how do we feel about The Ring?
Depends. Talking about the American one or the original?
I don't think I've seen the original where she's an adult. I've only seen the American one where she was a kid and like, what is it, like the stepmom throws her down the well or something?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've only seen that one. And honestly, it was actually affected me enough that after watching it, I went to bed that night and I had forgotten at some point to turn the light off in my closet. So when I turned the lights off in my bedroom to go to sleep, there was just this light ring around my closet door, and I panicked for like 2 seconds.
So it did its job?
Yeah, it did its job.
To be honest, actually, with The Ring specifically, I like both. I've seen both. I like how the American crew and writer went about it as much as I like how the original went about it.
Uh-huh.
So I mean, honestly, I'd probably put it, like, regardless of which one, I'd put it in A.
Yeah.
I wouldn't. I'd say it's like a bit below Ju-on or The Grudge.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ju-on was a better movie overall.
Yeah.
I've made this so small I can barely read them now. The Return of the Living Dead.
I haven't seen it, or even any sort of Living Dead film that has come out.
I've seen
Night
Night
of the
of the
Living
Living Dead, but not Return of the Living Dead.
I haven't seen either.
How about Cold Prey?
Don't think I've seen it. Let me look this up just in case.
I don't think I've even heard of Cold Prey.
Oh, I recognize the cover, but I've never seen it. It's a Norwegian slasher film. Okay.
Oh yeah,
Well, it's
definitely.
going on the list to watch.
We can watch it after Insidious. How about Basket Case?
I don't think I've seen it.
I've never even heard of it.
I've heard of it. At least I think I have, but I don't know it.
Not heard of this one either. The Ginger Dead Man.
The fuck now?
The Ginger Dead Man.
Huh? No, never heard of that one.
Nope, me either. Carrie.
Carrie, I would honestly put in either A or B. I'm not
Yeah.
gonna lie. Original, that is. I don't like the remake. I think, like, in the book and even in the original one, which this isn't like a slight to Sissy Spacek or anything, because, like, I believe she's a beautiful person, but, like, Carrie's described as being, like, sort of neutral and, like, nothing, like, too special or beautiful about her. And I think that with Chloe in the remake, there was, like, it doesn't, I don't want to say she's too beautiful for the part, but she just didn't suit it.
Yeah.
I
never watched the
yeah.
movie. I tried to read the book when I was, I don't know if I was in high school or fresh out of high school, and I literally didn't make it past the first chapter just because of the locker room bullying was too close to home.
Yeah. And I told you my story. I read the book, and I ended up throwing it across the room.
Yeah. So.
I was disturbed, and I threw it across the room.
So.
It was a library book too, so I felt so bad.
I mean, did you damage it?
No, I didn't, but I still felt bad because it wasn't mine.
I mean, at least it wasn't an ebook and you threw your phone, so.
Oh, but yeah, that's true.
So A or B tier?
I'm gonna base mine solely on the original,
Okay.
because that's the one that has, like, sequels.
Right.
I'd put it
Wait,
in
it has
A.
sequels?
Yeah.
I didn't know.
There's a Carrie 2 and a Carrie's Revenge or something.
I don't know why all of these movies have so many fucking sequels.
Well, who knows?
How about Pumpkinhead?
Never seen it.
Okay.
We're finally getting into the bit where there's ones we just never seen, which
How about
is good.
Ouija?
Ouija? I've seen the first two. I think there's more than that, but I've seen the first two. They're fun. I wouldn't necessarily say they're worth watching, like, maybe once just to get that sort of thrill.
Yeah.
But They're very average. So C.
It did take, okay. Yeah, I watched, I think it's down here somewhere, Witch's Board, but I didn't make it to Ouija. I feel like they might just be kind of the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, when it comes to a movie about Ouija boards, I can't imagine there's much you can do differently.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Mega Shark?
Haven't seen it.
No? Okay. Why is my computer being slow today? Bunny Man.
Don't believe I've seen that.
I'm sure that this is based on the Bunny Man urban myth, but I've never seen it. I have heard the urban myth. Killjoy.
I haven't seen that one.
Okay. Maniac Cop.
Heard of it, but I haven't seen it.
Okay. Prom Night.
It's a slightly below average, like sort of movie for me, just personally. Probably like just above F.
Is it
It's very like
kind of Carrie-esque where someone is bullied and goes on a rampage or something?
I think so. I just know that it's like got the stereotypes and the like
So you got the jock and the
full horror
cheerleader.
formula. Yeah.
Okay. Night of the Living Dead.
There you go. There's one you've seen because I haven't seen it.
Oh, you haven't seen this one?
No, I've never seen Living Dead ones.
I'm pretty sure this is a 70s movie, and it's actually pretty good. I think it probably, was one of the starters for the modern zombie movie, and
Yeah.
I think it was really good in that for a 70s movie, the lead character was a black man, and he was the one who was like the smart one and was trying to save everybody, and they were not listening to him, and he was the only one who made it by the end of the night because he was the only one with fucking common sense. And then the police showed up and killed him anyway. Again.
Jesus Christ. Yep.
So, I mean, generally, I would put it up in an S tier movie as a really good classic movie that everybody should watch.
Cool.
I cannot read what this says because I have made it so small. Does it say One Vision Cat?
If I was gonna say, if you bring it up, I might be able to read it. Oh no, I cannot read that.
All right, we're gonna have to, for just a second, we're gonna have to make this bigger again. One Missed Call.
Oh, One Missed Call. Yes, I like that one. I wouldn't. Oh, I think I'd put it probably B. Like, I've seen the original and the remake, and regardless, I think I'd put both in B. It's a very good, like, home intruder, already in the house, sort of freaky, serial killery film, because, like, it's revealed that the dude has killed others throughout the movie, and now it's onto this house.
It's one of those, the call is coming from inside the house movies.
Yeah. And like it's got good acting and good scares and stuff, but like it's one of those realistic horrors where there's like not really any sort of something else going on for it. So, yeah, definitely just more of a B tier
Okay.
of like, oh, it could happen to me, but like, I didn't sign up for this.
So how about Paranormal Activity?
Oh, Paranormal Activity.
I I feel like because they're the found footage type movies, a lot of people believed that they were real when the first one came out, and
That's fair.
I think that they were slow but good. I just think that it was weird that the more movies they made, the further back, like they were made in reverse order.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Um, yeah. I don't think there's much else I can add to that because like, for me, for the longest time I just didn't really get along well with Paranormal Activity. I just didn't really like it all that much, and now it's just sort of a staple of chucking it on if I've got nothing else to watch because it's not actually that bad,
Yeah.
but it's still not like what I would normally watch.
Uh-huh. I mean, even though it's kind of slow, it is like one of those creepy movies, especially when you get towards the end of the first movie and you can only hear what's going on somewhere else in the house because the camera's in the bedroom, but what's happening is like downstairs in the kitchen, you know? And I think that just adds a creep factor that you don't get with a lot of other movies.
Yeah, for sure.
Slumber Party Massacre.
I haven't seen that one.
I have absolutely no idea what that says.
Poltergeist is the next one.
Oh, does that say Poltergeist?
Yeah, I've got it up on my list.
Okay,
up on
okay.
my computer, so I can read it too now.
Yeah,
But yes,
so
the next one's Poltergeist.
like I said, I saw Poltergeist as a child. Like we're talking like 6 or 7 years old at a sleepover event at my local Y. And I think that was an extremely poor decision on the Y staff for doing that. And I didn't
It is a classic.
I did not see the whole thing, but I know so much trivia about this movie. But
Yeah.
how do you feel about it?
Honestly, I'd put it like probably at an A. I don't think it's perfect, but I do think it's like a very classic older film that still quite holds up to today's standards.
Uh-huh.
And like, I'd honestly sit down and rewatch it again. Like, it's good. It's pretty good.
I feel
did
like
not like the remake.
I feel like there are so many young people these days that have never seen TV Static. There's
Yeah, that would throw them for a loop.
there's like be like what's wrong with that TV, but the fact that there's like a hand coming out of the TV static is just so fucking creepy. And when you go
Yeah,
back and watch
exactly.
it and that the bodies under the house were actual cadavers because it was cheaper to get real bodies than fake ones, but they didn't tell
Absolutely
the
wild.
actors. They did not tell the actors, just like they didn't inform the actors of the chestburster scene in Alien, but that one was to get a good reaction. In this case, they were like, yeah, we're not going to tell them that they're swimming with real dead bodies.
Yeah, just damn.
How do we feel about The Cube?
I've never seen it.
Okay. Well, I couldn't make it past the first 5 minutes, so it's going in F.
Oh, you didn't like it?
That was the one where I told you the guy thought that water was coming down, so he was licking it off his skin, but it was acid and it melted his skin off.
Oh. Okay, yeah. No, that's fair.
How about subspecies?
I haven't seen that before.
Okay. The Purge.
Purge is a very hit or miss movie with people.
I
think for a horror film, I like it.
I didn't see the movie, but I did watch the series. And I made it through the whole thing, so it was actually pretty good. It had a lot of twists and turns in it that was quite interesting.
I'm the opposite. I've seen every Purge movie, but I haven't seen the series yet. I want to see the series.
So how do you feel about the movie?
The first movie I really loved, and it has like quite the stellar cast, and it really goes to show like the potential horror of like how many people would probably want to hurt another person during this,
especially if they could get away with it.
Yeah,
and
especially
for
if they
petty
could get away with
reasons
it.
too.
And oh yeah, like god damn. As the series went along, though, as the movie series went along, it got a lot more political, which was very hit or miss. I could understand where they were coming from with it. I just don't think it did as well as, say, like, the movies Jordan Peele has done when it comes to race or the movie industry.
Right.
And politics that way. But from just the first movie at least, I would probably say A.
Okay.
So if you feel the same about the show, then yeah.
Yeah, yeah. The show was pretty good. And I just want to say, I think my microphone is picking up. My feet are starting to swell because we've been sitting for so long. So I've got a foot massager. So if you can hear my foot massager in the background chat, I do apologize, but that's what it is. It's gonna run for about maybe 10 minutes. Just to try to get the fluids flowing up from my feet. This might be a shocker, but I have not seen Psycho.
You've never seen Psycho?
I know what it is, and I know the twists, and obviously I've seen, the scene, but yeah, I've never actually seen Psycho.
But so spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't.
It's a black and white classic.
It's a black and white classic, and the reveal at the end has been used for like it's that classic sort of transphobic-esque sort of reveal of it was actually a man dressed as a woman sort of thing.
Yeah, but he was also mentally ill and was not dressing as like a female version of himself. He was dressing as his mother.
I know, but I'm just saying that it is used as the whole transphobic bullshit. But us critical thinkers recognize that not being true. So at face value, Psycho is like definitely, I'd say A tier, because it is that classic one. It is like, it was the shock of the century at the time. And it still is for like a lot of people.
You know what I like about Psycho is that the blood in the shower after he stabs her is actually chocolate sauce. There
is some really interesting like behind the scenes stuff like that.
And it was the first movie.
Ingenuity.
It was the first movie to show either it was a flushing toilet or a toilet altogether on screen.
Yeah. Yeah, a flushing toilet. Yeah. It did a lot, and the ingenuity behind it, like Alfred Hitchcock, despite like certain like personal aspects of who he was as a person, was like a pretty ingenious like storyteller and
Yeah.
director. So yeah, I'd put Psycho at A. At
Um,
A.
just because it makes me think about it because it's Alfred Hitchcock. During the filming of The Birds, one of the
Yeah.
crows hated the main male actor.
Yeah.
And they just could not, like, they couldn't even include that bird in some scenes because it would do anything to attack the actor and not do what it was supposed to do. And they have no idea what he did to the bird to make it hate him.
Oh my lord.
Puppet Master.
I have not seen that one before.
Okay. Record.
Um, we watched Quarantine, didn't we? Okay, so we actually did we watch Quarantine?
What does that have to do with record?
Quarantine is the American version of Record.
Okay.
Like literally word for word, it is literally just translated to English with a different cast,
Okay.
with an English American cast. And it was Watari that I watched Quarantine with. We didn't get to watch it.
Okay.
Record Rec, as it's normally said,
Okay.
really fucking good.
Like, are we
That is
talking
A
A tier?
Yeah, A tier, good. It is originally Spanish speaking, I think, based in Mexico
Okay.
or Argentina. One of the two. It is South American. A news crew is sent to the night news crew is sent to watch over the firefighters to see like what they get through during the night and whether they'll get a call, blah blah blah. They end up getting a call to go to a residence with an apartment residence. And when they get there, shit starts to happen where they think it's rabies, and they essentially get fully quarantined within that building by higher level government people because this form of rabies is being infected through like zombie-esque behavior.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
The first like two wrecks are like really good. The rest just going.
Of course,
off
there's
their
an
rocker.
entire series.
Oh yeah. There's one where it's like I think it's the fourth one or something. There's a wedding, and people just start going crazy. The kills are in like the hundreds by then.
Jesus. Okay.
Yeah. But yes, Wreck is very good.
How about Saw?
uh, the first two Saw movies are really good. Like, I'd honestly put them in, like, A tier. But the series as a whole, I would put it in B. Because from the third one onwards, it's more just torture porn and the sake of killing for killing. And the reason why Jigsaw kills changes throughout each, like, segment of film. So, like, he originally did it because he wants people to realize their bad behavior. He wants to do it because his pregnant wife lost their baby because of some asshole. He wants people to understand the true meaning of life and not want to kill themselves. The whole reason changes several times. And it just gets more and more convoluted and just torture porny. So overall, it's just a B tier for me.
I was going to watch Saw once, just to see what it was all about, and when I started it, like my computer froze. So I was like, I think this is the universe telling me not to watch this movie, and I never put it on again.
The first one is good. The
Now,
first one's good.
something that I saw, it was like a YouTube video or something, talking about Saw, was that there, like, for instance, there was something where you had to stick your hand up in it to get a key, but you couldn't get your hand back out without, like, ripping all your skin
Yeah.
off or something. But then when they freeze framed it, they're like, if you look at this, there's like a hinge on the side where you could have just opened the door and taken the key out. You know, it's like every
Yeah,
single
that's from
trap, every single
second
trap had
movie.
a non ruin yourself kind of way to open it, but people were not examining it and just doing it the
Yep.
hard way every time.
Yeah, one of the I think it was like the fourth or fifth one or something. It was one of the later ones where a group of people were in there and they assumed it was going to be sort of like a whoever gets in there first gets to live sort of deal.
Uh-huh.
But what they realized by the end of it is that if they had have all worked together and shared, then everyone could have lived, because like the very last thing they had to go through was they had to put in a certain I think it was like 8 pints of blood had to be put into a box to get out the final thing, and there was 8 people, so they would have all had to do 1 pint each. But instead there was only 2 people left, and so they were left to like fully practically bleed out
Right.
because they hadn't listened.
Right. I mean, it has to go also with panic and self-preservation, but I think that's the whole point of
For
it,
sure. Mm-hmm.
So, how about Scream?
Scream's a classic.
And of course, we never got around to watching Scream, and so I haven't seen it.
Yeah, it deserves the A tier though.
All I
The first
know,
and second one I think are really good. The third is a bit iffy.
all I know about
Yeah.
Scream is that Drew Barrymore was at the beginning. I think she's the first kill, and
Yes.
they forgot to fucking unplug the phone, like it was actually plugged in, and so every time they retook the first scene, she was actually calling 911 over and over again.
Wow.
It's like at
Yeah,
some point,
Drew.
at some point, you would think that they would unplug the phone, but they never did.
Yeah, Drew was meant to be the main girl for it, but there was filming conflicts, so she just came in for that
Uh-huh.
to do that. So yeah.
And yet, she's like the most classic scene, that opening with her.
Yeah. Yeah. You say Scream and first kill, and you immediately see Drew Barrymore just running out, and her liver was in the mailbox. It's a classic line.
I cannot read this. What is this one?
What was after Scream? Sharknado. I have never seen it personally.
That's Sharknado. Okay, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've never seen it either. Silence of the Lambs.
Again with the classic transphobic sort of theme, but not necessarily ignoring that for a second, but like setting that aside for a second. Silence of the Lambs is a classic Hannibal Lecter one that actually had some like gruesome and like genuine freaky vibes about it throughout the entire movie. So I'd probably set it in A,
Not S.
just for what it is. No, I don't think. I think that what we've got up there so far has been like more like better than
Yeah.
what Silence of the Lambs was.
Silence of the Lambs has so many like memes come out of it lately with the like
Mm-hmm.
hello Clarice, you know.
Yep.
But
Oh yeah, a lot has come from it. Yeah, for sure.
oh god, I remember the end when he's on the plane eating the meal that he brought for himself and this child comes along and says, "Hey, what's that?" Oh, can you imagine like growing up and like realizing someday that, oh god, you probably ate a human brain? Ugh. Sleepaway Camp.
Yes, another of the transphobic ones. Oh god, yeah. Uh, for what it's worth, with Sleepaway Camp, it's a cult classic in the same sense as like The Evil Dead and God, I had another one in my mind, but I can't think of it. But like those,
Yeah.
and the like special effects and physical effects of it are like interesting, to say the least.
You know,
But for what it's worth, it had like an interesting storyline.
I don't know if it was interesting.
Well,
I mean,
if it was done a bit better, I think it was interesting, to say the least.
yeah.
If it had have dived more into like the aunt's mental health and like why she really wanted a fucking daughter, which spoiler alert, the ending reveals that the girl Angela is actually the boy that lived and was made to be his sister Angela, who tragically died at the beginning.
Yeah, because she already had a son, so why would she need another one?
Well, yeah.
That's exactly what she said. Was I don't need another boy. I want a girl. So you're going to be a girl.
Yeah, but the thing is that even with that, it's sort of like, but why though? Why would you do this?
Well, I mean, her husband had just left her, and at some point, you see the children in there watching their dad and their uncle having gay sex.
Well, yeah. But yeah, it also had some pretty decent kills, I'd say. I think the only one that was like,
The
I guess censored, but slightly disappointing because it was censored was like the kids in the sleeping bags. It was sort of like that seemed a bit out of place.
Yeah, I they were the one. I mean, she killed them just because they threw sand at her.
Yeah.
Which I thought was a little overboard. But the one death that I just couldn't get behind was when she finally killed the bully with the curling iron up the hoo
Oh
ha.
yeah, with the curling island. Yeah.
I mean, I'm sorry,
Yeah,
but
that
that's
was.
not going to kill you. You're going to be in absolute agony. That's a horrible way to go, but that's not a death.
If her body went into enough shock, it could have just stopped her heart. But
But
again, it's
also,
very like out of place.
yeah, but she didn't have her tied down or held down or anything. And like for the whole time that the curling iron is up there, she's got her arms in the air, like, oh no, this hurts so bad. Why didn't she like fight back or hit her or try to kick her or get her off? Why she just lay there and take it?
I mean, not to put this into a dark sense, but like, couldn't you also say the same about a grape scene? Like,
Yeah.
why'd you just lay there and take it? Like, your brain doesn't always work the same way that you want it to.
I mean,
But,
for me, I think having never been essayed, this is probably not a great take, but laying there and take it for grape is to me more of a self-preservation like you're
That is
this
fair.
this person is doing a horrible thing to you, but maybe if you don't fight, you'll survive. You know?
Yeah, no, that's fair. That is like that's brought up a lot in like Law and Order SVU, where even if you don't fight back, like that's just your brain trying to tell you if you don't do anything wrong, nothing worse will happen.
Right. But
Mm-hmm.
in the case of you know what happened in Sleepaway Camp, um, it's
Yeah,
you're trying to stay, like they are trying to kill you. You know, if you just lay there and take it, you're going to die. So it didn't make as much sense to me for that.
no, that's fair. That's a fair point.
So where do you want to put Sleepaway Camp?
Probably D.
Okay, good. I was afraid you were going to want to put it higher.
Oh no, no. I
Okay.
wouldn't even consider it like a B list thing. Like, nah. It
And
has good aspects about it, but like actually like the whole like uh pedophile cook person
uh-huh.
and the fact that everyone like around him just like casually laughs it off, like, oh look, there's fresh meat here. Like, bruh, he's talking about underage children. Like, I don't even understand how that certain things got through on this script. I don't.
Yeah.
I don't understand it.
Uh, and yet it was the first movie that you showed me.
Yeah, because it's free on YouTube, though it's probably illegally put up there, but it is on YouTube. Um,
How
but yeah,
about
I figure it's a short one, and yeah.
Texas Chainsaw Massacre? I'll be honest, I thought that there was a lot more to this movie than there was. And the thing that bothered me more than any of the killings was the way that they treated the wheelchair bound character.
Oh
Um,
yeah, if you're wheelchair bound, don't expect anything from any horror movie. Even Friday the 13th has a, I think it's the third or fourth one, where one of the counselors is wheelchair bound, and the ableist shit that people go through, the
yeah.
characters go through,
Um,
absolutely disturbing.
I felt so like I kinned that guy so hard. Like they get out on the side of the road so he can pee, and then they fucking walk away and he ends up tipping over and going down a hill, and they have to like drag him back up and put him in his chair. And then when they get to the house, they don't even help him inside, and he gets stuck on the door frame, and he's screaming for help, and like nobody comes to help him, and they're all upstairs, you know, doing whatever the fuck they're doing, and they don't even care that he's stuck
Mm-hmm.
on the first floor. And then he says, I want to go
Yep.
swimming at the swimming hole, and they say, we're not going to do that right now because we want to go, you know, fuck at the swimming hole without you. And when they get there, they're like, yeah, he couldn't get out here anyway, ha ha ha. And
Yeah.
then you know, when it's just him and his sister, and you know, they nobody's coming back, she wants to go look for them and leave him there by himself. Like, if she doesn't come back, what's he supposed to do? He can't drive away, you know. It's just like
Yeah.
people I've been in
Oh yeah.
all
I
of those
know.
situations, you know.
Yeah.
And
It's just so bad when it
so
comes to disabilities and horror.
that was the thing that bothered me more than, you know, people getting cut in half with a fucking chainsaw.
Mm.
So
Yeah, no, I'd put Texas Chainsaw just as the franchise itself, probably in just C.
Yeah.
It's very average. It has some decent kills, but the story is very much all over the place, and like you really can't overlook certain aspects, like the ableism or the just outright stupidity of some people.
Yeah.
So
And they
yeah,
never
not even
really
likable characters.
explain why Bubba is wearing someone's face. And I don't know. Anyway, the Blair Witch Project. The
I've only seen it once.
It's
I
the original found
do
footage horror
remember it.
movie.
Yep, it is the original found footage one. I've only seen it once specifically because it is a classic that everyone always recommends. But personally, it was very for me. Like, not even average, just sort of like, yep, I've seen it. Probably won't ever see it again.
Yep.
So,
Where would you like to put it? Because I've
like,
never seen it.
I was gonna say I wouldn't say F because I'd say it has its qualities. So probably just above F.
With Prom Night and them an E.
Yeah.
It's because it's one of those found footage where they're running through the forest and stuff. It's probably one of those that would make me sick, so I've never seen it.
Yeah. Honestly, I'd say it's worth watching once. It has some like pretty decent scares, but like
It seems like one of those. It's more of a thriller, you know? Like the anticipation is scarier than what actually happens.
yes, actually, exactly that. Exactly that.
How about Predator?
It's a good time. I'm not gonna lie. I understand like Predators on here is like the same sort of thing as Alien,
Uh-huh.
where it's like just outer space bitch that wants to kill everything. But I wouldn't classify Predator as like scary or anything. Sure, a horror-y thriller thing because aliens that want to kill, but like
Well, Predator is the one that actually came here just for sport hunting, right?
yeah,
And
let
he
him
turns
hunt.
invisible.
Honestly, yeah, honestly, let him hunt. um,
I'll tell you what,
I
along with the xenomorph, Predator is one of those where I think the corn that comes from it is better than the actual movie. For us monster fuckers.
to be honest, true. I haven't seen every film. I've seen like the original first one, the remake that Adrian Brody's in, if I've remembered his name correctly, and I think I've seen one other one, but yeah, they're pretty like they're fun films to watch, and they're unique. So I guess C.
See?
I didn't have as much as of a reaction to Predator as I did Alien.
Yeah.
I guess is more the thing.
Well, I think honestly any early movie with Arnold Schwarzenegger was kind of over the top.
True.
When it comes to The Woman in Black, I actually enjoyed that movie. I was angry.
Ooh, yes.
I was angry with the ending, but yeah, I enjoyed it.
Yeah, the short story has a different ending. But also before I say that, all I want to say is, we watched the remake, which has Daniel Radcliffe in it, who played Harry Potter, and the reason I bring that up is that in the original, the actor who plays Harry Potter's father plays the main character in the original Woman in Black. So
well, what a coincidence!
I just thought that was I just thought that was a really really nice coincidence. But yeah, I enjoyed The Woman in Black. I paid money to go see The Woman in Black. I saw it with two friends at the time, And the only thing that got to me was the high-pitched screaming, but I think that's just a sensory issue on my part.
Yeah.
But it also didn't help that I was sat in between my two friends, and they would clutch my arm and scream in my ear every time something happened.
Oh, God.
And I'm just sitting there like, it's not even that scary. So
I mean, when it comes to possessed dolls and toys, some people just can't handle it.
yeah.
So, do we want to? Where do we want to put it? I think I'm happy with it being in B because I don't think it was good enough to be an A. But I think it's better than a C.
A or B. So yeah, I'd say B then because, like, I'm the same with you. Like, I get that it was a sort of sweet ending they wanted to go for, but I liked the short stories ending instead.
Yeah, the sweet ending of them getting hit by a train, but then, going to heaven with his dead wife.
Going to heaven with the dead mum/wife. Yeah, it has a sweetness to it where, like, a bitter sweetness to it where they're finally reunited and able to go off and be together again finally. Whereas in the short story, Arthur, Daniel Radcliffe's character Arthur, is actually recounting the story. He watched his son die from that train accident, and he's finally able to recount it because he's moved on, he's got a new wife, he has new children, he's never stepped foot in that place ever again, he moved jobs and all that. And I think that just sort of has a better sort of feel to it. Because it's a horror, because it's sort of more, even though it's a ghost story, it's more realistic in the sense of, oh, this terrible tragedy happened to me, here's my recount of it all, but I've managed to move on to a certain degree. And I think that's more emotional to me, personally.
See, the way that it happened, I mean, I know with them saying, or having the ghost say, "I'll never forgive you, I'll never forgive you," is, even though he gave her son back, it wasn't good enough, and it's not going to break this curse that she has over the town. But the way that they did the ending, it was almost like, okay, I'm going to do a tragedy on you, but it's a good thing because now your whole family is together again, just like my family's back together again. So it was almost like, I'm gonna kill you, but it's a thank you.
Yeah, actually, yeah.
So that was kind of weird. Anyway, Troll.
I've never seen Troll. I have seen what the little fucker looks like,
Yeah.
but I've never actually seen the movie.
How about Urban Legend?
Now I need to double check, because I've either seen Urban Legend or something that was similar to Urban Legend. Oh, Jared Leto's in this.
Always a good indication.
Yep. I don't think I've seen this, but yet it looks so familiar. I'll have to rewatch it at some stage.
Maybe
but
it's
no,
because
I don't know.
we know all the urban legends. I cannot read this. Is this Underworld?
Yes, that is Underworld.
I loved Underworld.
I was gonna say that's going straight to A tier for me. I love Underworld to no end.
I always wanted, there is a poster of the main character just, in the sexy pose with guns in hand at her side. I always wanted to get like a life-size poster of that and put it directly in front of the door to my home. So when you open the door, it looks like she's coming for you. It's like, oh, you approach me.
Oh, that's great.
How about Hatchet?
Never seen it.
Okay. It.
It! First, I'm going to say that I am glad that both the original and the remake never included that, fucking orgy scene.
Uh-huh.
That's all I have to say. The original miniseries was pretty good. It was a little bit of a product of its time, but, like, it's enjoyable. The
Yeah.
remake, the first one was really good, and the part 2 was that they got the adult versions down pat. Like, I will give them props for that.
Mm-hmm.
But I feel that there were certain things about part 2 that either felt rushed or not as put together as they did with the first part. So I think that brings it down a little, to be honest. So, like, either A or B, depending on how you felt, because I know you watched the first part.
I did manage to watch the second
was-
part too.
Mm-hmm.
I only watched the remake like this month, and I didn't realize like all of these things were in, like, I didn't even realize how violent it was. Like, I thought that
Mhm.
Georgie just got dragged into the sewer and you don't see him die. I had no
Oh, yeah,
idea
no.
that it
Mhm.
like bites his arm off and then he's like screaming in the street, you know.
Yeah, it is a very graphic thing, and the book is worse because, as I said, there's that orgy scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know how hyped up on drugs or alcohol Stephen King had to be to write an orgy scene between one teenage girl and a bunch of teenage boys, but here we are. And I'm glad that none of the film versions have ever shown even an inkling of that before.
Yeah. I mean, it was bad enough that the dad was a creep.
Oh, yeah.
I had hoped that when she hit him with like a piece of the sink or whatever that he had died, but of course he didn't.
Yeah.
That poor thing. Yeah, I think we'll leave it in A because it was a pretty good series of movies, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Leprechaun.
I have actually seen the first one.
From what I know of the Leprechaun series, I would drop it in F, but I haven't seen it.
It's good for what it's worth, what it is at face value. I'd probably sit it in a D. It's like a little below average. Like, yeah, sure, it's a fun watch. I'd probably do like a drinking game to it, but it's not. It's not the best thing in the world.
Yeah, well, I mean, like Leprechaun 4 is like in space. I mean, why did they have to do everything in space?
What is it with horror franchises and bringing it to space?
Yeah, so
It's like, oh yeah, we've killed as many people as we can in, like, on Earth. Let's go to a different planet now.
right? VHS.
The world is burning. Okay, I actually have to look up VHS because I think I know it. Did I watch this? Show things to me.
I also don't understand why they
another
put
one of those
slashes
ones.
between V/H/S.
Good question. Yeah, I've seen the first one. I haven't seen any of the other ones, nor do I plan to. Oh god, there's so many of them. Oh god, there's so many. What do you mean? Anyway, just based on the first one, I mean, it's the same sort of deal as like Blair Witch and Cloverfield, where it's found footage stuff and it doesn't really give off anything new. Like, there's no new element to it exactly. There's a lot of suspension of disbelief, which is interesting for, you know, found footage. So I don't even like remember it too clearly, but I remember it enough to say that I would never watch it again, nor would I watch its sequels. So just drop it in the F pile.
Alrighty then. The Conjuring.
I love the Conjuring universe.
I don't necessarily like the people that they're based on, but the actual movies
that's what I was gonna say.
Are chef's kiss.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I was like trying to think of the right words. I was like, setting it aside from who the real people were and what they were like, the movies as movies, done by James Wan and everything, mint.
Should we put them in S tier?
Yes, I think they belong in S tier. Like, there's like one or two movies here and there that just like very clearly weren't even like A tier, but like for the majority of it, they are really good. Really good films.
How do we feel about Zombieland?
Zombieland. Oh, another comedy. Comedy horror zombie film.
Like, the whole purpose of the movie that I remember is looking for a fucking Twinkie.
Yeah.
Like, the only
and
thing
then
that
Bill Murray gets shot.
Yeah, there are three things that I remember about the movie. Bill Murray pretending to be a zombie so that he doesn't actually become a zombie. Looking for Twinkies, and always fucking double tap.
Yeah. I mean, it was fun to watch, but like, I wouldn't necessarily go out of my way to watch it again.
Yeah.
Probably E or D personally, but like, if
Really?
you felt...
I think it was
like
a fun movie.
Fun.
I think it was a fun movie, but yeah, I wouldn't watch it again, but I would probably do like a C tier.
Yeah, then yeah, I'm good with C.
Okay. I thought this was Ju-on. What is this one?
You looked it up for us, but neither of us had seen it, and I don't think we'd written it down to figure out, to be honest.
Hold on a second.
I remember, I'm pretty sure it was a Korean film.
That is not Korean.
I don't know. All I know is that you looked it up.
Hold on.
But I'm not sure.
Language. Camera. Where is it? There it is. Ao Oni. The blue demon. Okay.
Yeah.
I saw someone play a game based on Ao Oni, but I have not seen the movie on it. Okay. Silent Hill.
A classic, a beauty, lovely.
Do we want S tier?
Really,
Silent Hill is my favorite horror movie.
Yeah, the thing is that, for me at least, like, the first one and a majority of the second one, yeah, sure, I'd put it in S tier. But then, anything after that...
Wait, there's more than two?
Yes, there's more than two.
I've never even seen the second one. I didn't know that there was more than two.
Yeah, there's more than two.
Okay, are we going on just the first movie, or are we going on
yeah,
the franchise as a whole?
We can go on just the first.
Okay.
Since we've both watched the first.
Because it is genuinely my favorite horror movie.
It is pretty good.
Gremlins.
Gremlins, I would honestly put in B,
Yeah.
even though I hate the second one, but it's still like entertaining. But the first one
Is the second
one's
one
good.
is the second one where there was the female gremlin with the lipstick?
I believe so.
I never saw that one. And I do not remember much of the first one because it came out when I was a kid. And so all I remember is him going into like this Chinese store and the guy saying, don't feed it after midnight. And that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a good premise, and I think that for the time it was made, it was executed quite well. I'm actually surprised I have never seen any sort of remake happen. I know that it's been parodied a lot,
Yeah.
because like even The Simpsons has had like a Gremlins episode. But yeah, I'd honestly like yes, I'd keep it in B. It's a good one to watch.
Okay. House on Haunted Hill.
We watched that together.
You
I didn't
and
see all of
Watari,
it, but-
yeah, you and Watari
Yeah.
came in for like the last quarter of the movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of a strange movie. It had Vincent Price in it, and
Yeah.
you know, he was Vincent Price, you know, and I originally had it confused with a different movie, and I think I actually watched the movie twice because I knew how it was going to end, and I feel like they traded too heavily on the hysterical woman. That nobody believed what was happening to her. And if they had, you know, things would have gone very differently. And she just kept running to the man saying, save me, and screaming, and, you know.
Yeah. Even seeing only like the last quarter-ish of it, it just didn't seem like a very good film.
Do we want to put it in D tier?
Yeah.
You don't sound sure.
Well, it's sort of like I only saw it the last like probably quarter to a third.
Right.
And I wouldn't go back and watch the beginning of it. Like that's just where I'm at with it. Like I just wouldn't go back.
Yeah.
To watch the entire thing.
Yeah. No, I mean, coming in where you didn't miss much.
Yeah, exactly.
The Body Snatchers, I think, is what this is. It's been so long since I've seen it. All I remember is like people in pods.
Oh yeah, Invasion of the Body Snatchers. I've never seen it, and it scares Watari every time. But I have never seen it.
Oh, that you haven't seen it, not the movie itself, just that you haven't seen it.
Yeah, just that I haven't seen it. Because apparently it's pretty good, and it's a classic that a lot of people tend to like suggest, but I've just never seen it.
All right. Well, you should put it on the list because it is, you know, a classic. And it's been so long since I've seen it that I can't really talk about it, so. Jack Frost.
I was about to say I've never seen it, but no, I have. If that's anything to constitute critics.
Does it go into F then?
Um,
If it was so bad that you don't even remember watching it, like you've erased it from your memory. Jack Frost.
Jack Frost. Watari, we're talking about Jack Frost. Okay, yeah, put it in F tier, and I'm gonna tell you why, though. Okay, so some of the kills in Jack Frost are not only stupid, but some are quite horrendously graphic in a negative sense. So
Um,
yeah,
I mean, is a
it's
horrendously graphic death in
bad.
a good sense?
Well, like there's ones where it's like it's good for the sense of the horror movie. Like if you're going to do like a Saw movie and there's not something graphic there, then like
Before Jack
it,
Frost was, oh, the House on Haunted
Invasion of
Hill.
the Body.
Oh, yeah,
Oh
Invasion of
yeah,
the Body Snatchers.
yeah,
Uh, Dad was saying that it is, it terrifies you every time that he hasn't seen it.
yeah. Because every time it's brought up, you're like, wait, really? You haven't seen it? I'm like, no, no, I haven't. That now you turn.
You guys
Okay, I
are so
guess we're all
fucking
watching
cute.
it then.
Yep, put it on the list.
Yeah, we're gonna have to, after this stream, we're gonna have to go and write a small list of ones that we want to actually watch.
Wait, you're not keeping track? You need to keep track.
No, sir, I'm not keeping track of anything.
What were we talking about? Jack Frost.
Oh yeah, Jack Frost. I mentioned that Jack Frost has like, so like in a Saw film, you expect there to be graphic, like intricate traps that are gonna outright be disturbing if you fail the thing,
Right. And like
and
they,
that's
they gotta
good.
cut their foot off with a hacksaw kind of thing.
Yeah, and that's like the good kind of graphic where that's what's expected, that's what's meant to be there, sort of thing. But like it's still bad if you're gonna have to hack your foot off, but
Right.
like it's expected. Whereas Jack Frost has like there's one that is like meant to imitate a full-on grape scene, but like you see the shadow of it in the on the wall, sort of thing, and it's sort of like the fuck.
Interesting.
Uh,
But that's a
yeah,
death?
it's sort of just, yeah, that's a death.
Death by grape. Okay.
Yeah.
And it's a shadow pantomime on the wall. Oh, okay.
Yeah, from what I remember. It's bad. I noticed you put Jurassic Park up in S tier, and I'm not gonna question it.
Yeah, we're not
Because
we're
we all
not even
know
going to
it's
talk
true.
about it. It's Jurassic Park.
We will hear no criticism.
uh are you done with Jack Frost?
Yes.
Okay, how about Piranha?
I've never seen Piranha.
Okay.
I've only seen clips.
A lot of people think that if you just fall into the water with piranha that, you know, you're going to get eaten, but honestly, like a living person is not going to get, you know, eaten to the bone within seconds. They when they do documentaries about that, they purposefully stir up the fish to make them do it. That's not real. Thanksgiving sounds terrible.
Wait, what
Are you telling me
Oh,
that
I've never...
Piranha was blocked automodded?
Yeah, Piranha was automodded.
Jesus. Okay.
But yeah, I've never seen Thanksgiving. Oh god, but I am gonna hiccup.
My Bloody Valentine.
Is decent.
Is it another vampire movie?
No.
Oh,
No,
okay.
it isn't. No. You think you've seen it, Watari? Before I state it. Oh yeah, that one. Oh, Jensen Ackles was in the remake. Sorry, I'm fine. Yeah, My Bloody Valentine is it's like a return to your hometown sort of anniversary thing. I think it's like a high school reunion sort of thing. Um, and like 10 years prior, there was like this whole Valentine's Day massacre that happened, and they've come back to like do their school reunion or homecoming or whatever it was to find that it's repeating again, and people are starting to die.
They didn't get everybody the first time.
Yeah.
So where would you like to put My Bloody Valentine?
I mean, I'd just leave it where it is and see. It was a fairly average movie. Yeah.
Ooh, look, we've only got like what, 70 left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Not quite 70. My cat is begging for her nightly treat. How do you feel about like a 5-minute break?
Yeah, I'm fine with that because I will go get myself a cup of coffee.
Okay. I'm gonna mute for the stream, but I'll still have the ability to hear you after I put my headphones back on. Alright, be right back, everybody.
Yeah.
And we're back.
We are here.
So, all right. The Descent. That was the cave one, right?
That was the cave one, where the group of women go down into the unknown cave.
Yeah.
The creepy creatures came out and killed them
Right.
because one of them couldn't have anything nice.
One of them decided that they were going to cut the trail on a new cave that nobody knew anything about and got literally everyone in the party killed.
Yep. There are only two movies.
How
The
is
sequel
there a
only
second
happened
one?
because of you Americans.
Oh, because we had to
As I
let her
told
get
you, there was
away.
the ending we saw is the original British one,
Hmm.
where it looks like she escaped but she didn't. The American one, different. Hence the sequel.
Uh-huh.
Cause y'all are pussies. I'm joking.
Well, what can I say? We're fucking
To be fair,
snowflakes.
yeah, I was gonna say y'all are snowflakes, except for you specifically, because like I'd assume you probably like that ending better than her escaping.
Yeah.
Yeah. Um, based solely on the first one, because I personally like to ignore the second one because the second one really isn't as good as the first one.
Mm-hmm.
Based solely on the first one, honestly, I'd put it in A or B. It genuinely is a fun scare time, and it is like pretty decently made with some pretty good acting.
Mm-hmm. I think I'd put it in
So
B
depending
tier.
on, yeah. So I was gonna say depending on where your opinion lies.
Yeah. I mean, as far as the premise of the movie, it's all right. You know, I don't really have that big of a problem with it. I just there was like kind of open ended on what the creatures were. You know, who was it that got stuck down there? Because if it was just miners from like 100 years ago, there's absolutely no chance that a woman was one of the miners. And so, how are they still down there? You know, how are they breeding? That was my question at the end. But otherwise, a good movie. Sharktopus.
Never seen it.
The Mummy.
That is S tier, and I will hear no other words. I will hear no criticism. I love that movie. I am a queer person, and if you're queer as well, then you better fucking like that movie.
The Mummy was a lot of people's like queer awakening.
Yes, it was very much a huge queer awakening.
Happy Death Day.
Have you seen it? I've seen it, but
I
you
have
seen
not.
it? Okay.
I looked it up
Happy
and
Death
did not have
Day-
access to it.
That's fine. Happy Death Day is definitely a hit or miss movie.
Mm-hmm.
Personally, I really loved the first one. The second one was... I think because of the success the first movie had, they wanted to give the sequel a chance by explaining why the shit in the first one was happening, and I think it went a little too off course, personally.
Can I go completely off topic for a second? I just realized
Yes.
my stream manager on my phone actually explained the auto mod on Piranha was for misogyny. Piranha is apparently a misogynistic term.
Do you Twitch, what the fuck? Wait, hold up, now I'm confused. Twitch, what? What do you mean by that? Twitch?
I don't know, man.
Okay. You know what? Yeah, fair. We don't know. That's, yep. Ending it there. Back to Happy Death Day.
Time to open up Urban Dictionary.
That's fair. So do you know, like, anything about Happy Death Day? Like, any of
I mean, I've seen the trailer for it where there's like a card or a cake or something left at the end of a tunnel, and like there's somebody waiting to murder the person, but that is it.
Oh, okay. So basically, this woman seemingly destined to just relive the same day over and over and over again, like Groundhog Day, until
Oh,
she's able to find who her killer is. Hi, Watari. We're talking about Happy Death Day.
piranha. Off topic again. Piranha, a Brazilian depreciating word that means bitch, whore, or harlot.
Oh.
Whatever, it's just a bitch trying to get your man, keep your eyes on her kind of thing.
Okay. Well, it's English only in this section anyway, so you're fine. Oh. But yeah, she's basically destined. You assume she's destined to just keep going on about her same birthday until she finds out who
Murders her?
who has killed. And like it was done really well, and like the sounding, the music, the cinematography, the acting, everything about the first movie is like almost top tier. I wouldn't say it's necessarily perfect, but I would definitely put it in A.
Okay.
The sequel, however, because they decided to go the route of explaining why she had to start repeating over and over again every time she died until like she figured it out. It didn't really make any sense, felt a little forced. So like honestly, if you're going to watch it, just watch the first one. You don't need to see the second one. So
Sounds fine to me.
yeah.
Quarantine.
Quarantine, the English version of
That's
Wreck.
the same thing as Wreck, right? So are we gonna put them together?
It is no. I feel like
No.
I feel like Quarantine sort of took away what Wreck was. Like they brought in all the exact same elements. It was literally just an American cast to make it English.
Okay.
And I don't see the point. And it felt somehow lesser.
It's
like
just
with
like,
Wreck-
oh no, we don't want to read.
Yeah. But like with Wreck, there was more of like an actual news crew feel to it.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Quarantine, you definitely got that like Hollywood-esque like perfection about it. And that
Like
just
they
threw
were
me off.
like they were a high-end movie crew instead of a local news team.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
So it just pulled you out of the whole what was actually meant to be happening and the actual full plot of it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd still put it high, like a B, but I wouldn't put it on the same level as Wreck.
The way you were talking about it, I thought you wanted to dump it in D.
Nah.
Okay. We'll put
As
it
I
on
said,
B
it's
tier.
still like good, but it's if you want to not have to read subtitles, go for it. Quarantine is good, but it just doesn't have that same feel as Wreck. I know you like Quarantine, Watari.
I mean, we're putting
But
it
I
on
just
B
prefer
tier,
Wreck.
you know. We have actually, like, this is so big, like, I can't fit it on the screen without making it smaller. So on screen, you can only see down to D. Or actually, is it E? E. You can see down to E.
Also, I like Quarantine too, just not as much as Wreck. I like Wreck better, so much better. Well, so was Wreck.
So, how do we feel about Sinister?
I love Sinister.
I don't know if I know Sinister.
Sinister is it's actually it's another Ethan Hawke one. We apparently just love Ethan Hawke in this household. Anyway, Sinister is I wouldn't necessarily put it in like S tier, but it's definitely worth the watch. It has like really creepy vibes. It is supernatural based,
Mm-hmm.
but the kills are done by the human's own volition. So basically, this supernatural evil being, sort of convinces one of the children to kill their entire family,
So kind
and then
of like
he brings.
kind of like The Shining, where he's the one trying to kill everybody, but it's the ghost influencing. You're meant to believe it's the ghost influencing him, but maybe he's just crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, and once the kid has killed all the family, then Balul, or whatever his name was, I think it was Balul or something, would bring the child with him into the whatever world.
Oh, Watari,
he
don't even
lives
start. Do not start with that shit.
in. Yeah, I know you won't watch subtitles. You silly gumdrop.
What is this? The Stranger?
I have not seen them. I don't believe.
The Stranger. Okay. Black Xmas.
Black Xmas, Black Christmas. There is a lot of versions of that movie.
I've never heard of it.
Black Christmas, they make like a version every like 5 years or something. They all have like the same, like relatively same plot line. It's just they tend to like try and modernize it every so often.
Mm-hmm.
The most recent one, they tried a very feminist route about like college grape and stuff like that, and like how toxic masculinity can like cause a lot of problems and ruin people's lives, and like you shouldn't like essay or rape someone, and it's good to speak up and that sort of stuff.
And what exactly does that have to do with either word in the title?
Well, it's set during Christmas,
Ah.
and the toxic masculine men for the most recent one went on a killing spree of the women to silence them.
Because
So,
they
yeah.
were going to speak up about their essays.
Yeah, well, more specifically, like the main girl's essay. It wasn't done too badly. I have seen other versions where it's literally just like a group of women in their college dorm for the holidays for Christmas, and they get hunted down by an individual
Interesting.
throughout the movie.
So where do you want to put it?
It's worth watching at least once, like any of them. It's worth watching at least once.
Well, some of these are
It's
not
pretty
worth
average.
watching, and that's why they're in the F tier.
Well, yeah, but Black Christmas, I would have to say that it is worth watching at least once, but it's more of a watch it to get the feel for it, and then you probably won't ever watch it again. So if you want to put, I guess, keep it in D.
Okay.
Yeah.
Watch it just to say you have. Pet Cemetery. One thing that I've never understood about Pet Cemetery is why is the title misspelled?
Good question. You'd have to ask Stephen King.
Has anybody asked
Look, to
Stephen
be
King?
fair, I honestly don't know, but now that I think about it, I'm going to assume that because the kids technically made it, that it's misspelled because it's the spelling of a child.
Okay, according to
I'm
Google,
going to make that assumption.
according to Galaxy Press, the apparent misspelling of cemetery in the title was intentional. As it happened, the children who created the real Pet Cemetery behind King's house wrote Pet Cemetery with an S on the sign. Based on this, King adopted it as the final title for the book.
Okay, so basically, yeah,
What you said.
kids. Yeah, fair. It's a good assumption.
Where'd I put it? There it is.
Okay.
Now, I haven't seen the original Pet Cemetery. I've only seen Pet Cemetery 2 because I had a crush on the actor when it came out.
That is honestly, that's fair. I've seen both the first and second one as well as the remake.
Uh-huh.
They did remake it like 5 years back. I think it was just before COVID.
Yep, and they used shelter cats.
Yeah. The remake went off script, and by that I mean like off topic from the original slash the book. So it has a somewhat different ending.
Okay. Well, let's stick to the original then.
Yeah, I was gonna say I didn't like the remake. The original has its qualities, but I feel like the acting wasn't exactly good. No offense to the actors in it, just I'm sorry. But I do feel like Pet Sematary is one of those cult classics where you'll watch it time and time again, but you'll always have the same critique about it,
Mm-hmm.
which will more than likely be about the acting in it. So,
The only
I
things...
guess...
There are only two things that I remember from Pet Cemetery 2. And one of them is his mom getting electrocuted on set at the beginning of the movie. And then the guy who was on a motorcycle and the dead person was holding the motorcycle and revving it over his face, and his scarf got caught in the wheel and it slammed his face into the wheel, and he died from motorcycle wheel to the face.
Yeah.
I'm assuming it broke his neck. Anyway, that's the only thing I remember from Pet Cemetery 2. And yeah, it wasn't great.
Yeah. I honestly, like
if it were up to me, I would probably put it in C or D.
Yeah, I was thinking C because it definitely goes with like a few of the other ones in C where I'm like, it's fairly average, but I'd watch it again.
Yeah.
Sort of thing.
Ghostbusters.
Well, Ghostbusters is a classic.
Are we going just straight to S tier with Ghostbusters?
Honestly, I'd probably leave it in A.
Okay.
I think there's just certain bits and bobs about the original that I feel just wouldn't really sit right to today's standards, even if you still found it like very entertaining.
I didn't know if it was one of those classics that you were like, I'm not taking any criticism. I mean, I thought Ghostbusters was a good movie as a kid, but I've never watched it since. You know, it's not one of those things that really left an impression on me.
No, that's fair.
We've got so many movies up here now, I'm gonna have to scroll down to get the next one.
Yeah.
Alien versus Predator.
Okay, I might be in like the smaller percentage of people, because typically it's like a hit or a miss with a majority missing.
Mm-hmm.
People really don't like Alien vs Predator. But to be honest, it's like actually kind of fun. Like I
Yeah.
would put it probably above a B. So probably C.
Okay.
It's good for what it's worth. And I would recommend like watching it just if you wanted to like get some cheap thrills and enjoy just a relaxing sort of experience rather than continuous jump scares.
Mm-hmm. Out of curiosity, does either one of them win? Or is it
In
just
the
like a
first
stalemate?
one, I think in the first one, it's the Predator wins to the point where like the last alien on Earth got killed and the rest of them just ran away, like that was still up there. And then I don't remember the second one. I think they were still fighting. It was meant to be like an open-ended. They're still fighting in the second one.
Wow. Okay. A haunted
Yeah,
house.
there's like a whole hospital scene. There's a whole. I'm gonna just go back to Alien vs Predator for a split second.
Sure,
There's a
sure,
whole hospital scene in the second one where, like the aliens had come down to put facehuggers, or well, not put them on, but like to lay the eggs so the facehuggers come out
Mhm.
and just get as many aliens as they possibly can to fight all the predators. And I'm just like, there's too many of them. Why are you bringing us into this?
You know, I think that
Just
it's
go fight on
strange
your own planet.
when it comes
Yeah, I
to
don't
the
know why.
when it comes to the xenomorph. The one thing that I don't understand is why if they lay eggs to hatch out the face huggers. I mean, like, why do they have this middle step where they need to lay a face hugger? Why don't they just lay the egg of their own thing? Why do they need to do a face hugger that is then laying eggs inside of a person? Why don't they just skip the middleman?
Yeah, that would make sense, but as far as I'm aware, with like, because they made that Prometheus one and then like Alien Isolation
Uh-huh.
and stuff, like it's revealed that a higher power that created humans were like, haha, humans are terrible beings, we're gonna destroy every single one of them, so we're gonna send out this thing, which was apparently the eggs with the face huggers in them, and then whatever the face huggers sent in was what Alien came out. It's based purely on DNA, because like at the end of Prometheus you see whatever the face hugger put into that higher being was a completely different looking alien or xenomorph than what would come out of us.
So our xenomorph is based on us.
Yeah, it's based on whatever DNA the facehugger puts into us mixed with our own DNA.
That's fantastic. That means that it's perfectly acceptable to fuck a xenomorph.
You know what? I've never thought of it that way, and I'm happy about that.
That means
No, wait! Rewind!
that means that the Zanussi and the Zanik are both acceptable for a human to partake in. And Chill is never gonna live this down. Oh, hey,
No,
Demonic.
Chill is not gonna let this doing?
Demonic came back just in time for the Zanussi.
Hi, Demonic. We're talking about fucking aliens. Have a good day. Anyway,
All right, what was the next one? A haunted house.
a haunted house. Now, if I remember that correctly, that is the black comedy one. Hang on. Let me look this up. It is the black comedy one. Okay, this is a fucking hilarious film, and I think everyone should see it.
Is it one of those parody ones on par with Scary Movie?
Yeah, it's very much on par with like Scary Movie, but it's very like POC orientated. So it's like a full black family, and like a lot of the parody comes from like race and stuff like that. So it's I'd say like it's not as good as like Scary Movie in the sense that you have that sort of I guess like I'm trying to think of the right wording, like that sort of childhood-ish connection where like Scary Movie's just older, so you know that one better.
Mm-hmm.
So I'd put a haunted house probably A
tier.
because it is like A tier because it's like it's really genuinely pretty funny and a great parody.
Is it
Highly recommend.
when you say that most of the comedy comes from the family being black? Is it like, you know, a ghost walks by and they're like, nope, not dealing with that, and they leave, kind of thing?
Yeah, there's a lot of like, no, not dealing with that, and just going the other way.
It kind of reminds me that, you know, not a lot of ghost hunters are non-white. You know what I mean? And
Yes.
there was an entire show done by 3 black guys, and they're like, yeah, I can't remember what it was called, but they were like, let's find out, you know, why black people are never on these shows. And they did 1 season and did not come back. But I'll tell you what,
Yeah.
that was the funniest fucking ghost hunting show ever. All
Yeah,
right,
it would be.
Raz.
Never seen it.
Okay. 47 meters down. Now, we did not watch the first one because you said that the second one
No.
was better. So we watched the second one with the sharks.
Yes, it was. The subtitle for it is Uncaged.
Mm-hmm.
I find parts of it stupid. I say it's better than the first one. It's still a terrible movie,
Yeah.
but it is better than the first one. So
The
first one.
Do you know what I hated the most about this movie? They
What?
ruined a historical site because a fish screamed
Yeah.
at them.
Yep, they ruined an entire historical site that they shouldn't have been even touching in the first place.
Because a fish
Regardless.
screamed at them.
Yep. Absolutely the stupidest thing. I'm so glad the majority of those people fucking died.
I mean, I gotta
Yeah,
say that
I-
it was kind of cool that, you know, she stuck it to her bully by like fucking diving into feeding sharks and you know, stabbing a shark in the eye with another shark's tooth. But the flare gun underwater, I mean, I don't know a lot about flare guns, but I just don't think that would have happened like that. Anyway,
Nah. Yeah. Exactly.
where are
Honestly.
we putting the blind sharks?
Either D or E, to be honest. So whichever you wanna fix it at.
Yeah, we're gonna put it in E.
Yeah.
Watch it once and forget about it. Unfriended.
Yep. Unfriended. Okay, now that. There's not. Have you ever seen it?
No.
Okay, so basic plot is that, group of friends are sitting on a Skype call, and they suddenly start getting messages from another party that they hadn't invited to join. And spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen it. It turns out it is the ghost of a girl who had committed suicide because of the bullying and rumors that had been spread around by some of the people in that group. And the ghost is tormenting them by having them like speak truths that they like. One of them had cheated on someone, and another person had like started taking drugs or something, and all these other like truths that needed to come out. And yes, demonic super slide. And like you just see these like really graphic, well, kind of graphic deaths of each person as the movie goes along, and they don't play the game, or they try to get up and walk away, or they try to like get police involved, etc., etc. For what it is, like for what you're given, because it's literally just a group of people sitting at their laptops, and it's using like the laptop camera as the thing.
Mm-hmm. So it's like found footage, but it's just a computer screen.
Yeah. For what it is and what it's worth, I think they did a good job at it. But it's not something that I would like instantly recommend if someone asked me for that kind of film. Yeah, exactly, demonic. It's very much in the point of view of the webcam, as if you're like in the computer seeing the whole like different camera points.
Oh, so it's not the screen, you're looking at the people from their screen.
Yeah.
Okay. And where would you like to put it?
Probably D, to be honest.
So leave it where it is?
Yeah. Like, as I said, it's a good watch for what it's worth, but it's not.
Demonic says E tier.
Pretty. Yeah. I can agree with you, demonic, that it's a terrible movie, but it's good for what they worked with and what they wanted to accomplish.
It reminds me of another movie that I watched where you're the computer camera, like looking out at the room and the person in front of it, where this guy is pretending to go on a business trip and leave his girlfriend home alone, and he's talking to her on Skype, but like weird things start happening in the apartment, and you find out at the end that he didn't go anywhere. He's actually in the apartment next door, and he's doing these things to her in order to make her think she's crazy and kill herself.
Jeez. That is fucking wild.
I've never seen that emoji before. I don't even know what that animal is supposed to be. Alright, Dead says D tier, so we're putting it in D. Frankenstein.
I have never seen a version of Frankenstein.
I've read the book, but I have not seen a movie.
Same.
So, since we're basing it on the movie and not the book, we can't talk about it if we haven't seen it.
Yeah.
Goosebumps.
I studied it 2 or 3 times at uni. That's too many times. Goosebumps. I have recently seen the first few episodes of the show, but
Okay.
I have seen the two movies that came out.
You have or you
The one
haven't?
with Jack Black. I have. I've
Okay.
seen those.
I
The
was
first movie's okay.
I was never a Goosebumps fan because I was too old when they started getting written.
That's fair. I like um I like them for what they're worth, which is more like just a kids like creep show sort of like small jump scares sort of thing,
Mm-hmm.
just to like introduce a child to spook and to freaky sort of
Mhm.
stuff. So I mean, I'd put it in either C or B.
Okay. Well, how about we leave it in B then?
Be my decider. Yeah, sounds good.
The Dentist.
I have never seen it.
Okay. The Shining.
Another classic that Stephen King hated.
I watched it once a couple of years ago, and I cannot watch it again. Not for any reason other than the music. They used like this super high-pitched noise most of the movie, and it hurt my ears so bad, like it gave me a headache. And I sat through the entire movie just like, why did they have to use this noise? Why was whatever the fuck this is so popular 30 years ago in movies?
Yeah. Listen, honestly, like, it's a classic that people always go to. It's like, oh, it's the greatest Stephen King adaptation, blah blah blah. Even though Stephen King hated
Right,
this
which is why
adaptation.
he did the mini series to make it more accurate.
Yeah. Honestly, personally, when I saw it originally, because I was like early teens, I probably shouldn't have been watching it when I was, but freaked me out genuinely. But I have watched it since, and
Mhm.
looking back at it, it's sort of like, it's average. Like, I wouldn't necessarily say below average, but
Mhm.
average.
I kind of feel like it was just, the deadbeat abusive dad getting his comeuppance.
Yeah, no, that's fair.
Because he was the only one, well, other than the was it like a custodian, like the summer custodian kind of guy who told the kid he had the shining. I
Yeah.
think him and the dad were the only two people that died.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, it's called The Shining, and yet I feel like there was so little to do with it.
Yeah. It very much honed in on more like the family stuff and the father's anger and like the whole idea of what's being kept deep down in your head,
Mm-hmm.
and what if that came through rather than the spooky aspects and the shining aspect, and which I'm glad they had the sequel for. I'm glad they had Doctor Sleep for, because it explored that part of it.
Wait, there's a
But
sequel
like,
to The Shining?
yes, Stephen King wrote a sequel and there's a movie adaptation.
Oh my god. I did not know that.
We're learning so many new things today.
Why do so many movies have fucking sequels? The Shinier.
You wish that's what it was called.
It better not have Jack Nicholson in it because he fucking died.
I mean, The Shining has Jack Nicholson, but no, Doctor Sleep doesn't have Jack Nicholson.
Yeah.
Even though there's flashback scenes, but they brought in separate actors from Jack and Shelley.
I see. Are we happy leaving it in A, or where do you want it?
Oh no, I think The Shining belongs in like C. to be honest.
Really? Really?
Yeah,
All right, let's split the difference and put it in B.
put in B. Yeah.
All right, 28 days later.
Crazy. I was crazy once, and that's all I will say. I adore probably isn't the right word, but I adore 28 Days Later. I love 28 Days Later. 28 Weeks Later is also like I kind of like it, but that's only because I enjoyed the cast of it. But 28 Days Later, and I love Cillian Murphy, but that one, it was a really good zombie film.
I don't think that I've seen it.
Probably. You should. We should. We should watch this.
Add it to the list that you're not
wouldn't-
writing down.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'm still not writing that list, sweetie. I'll go through this VOD later and I'll write down what we thought of. But we're at least watching Insidious since
Watari!
it leaves Netflix tomorrow.
What do you mean you stabbed yourself in the foot with glass?
Watari, what the fuck did you do, and do I need to come help?
Are you bleeding? Oh, demonic. Demonic apparently has a foot fetish.
And a blood fetish, oh lord.
Well, I mean, I understand the blood, just the fish. Okay, is the yes to the licking it clean, or is the yes to you need somebody to come help you? Genuinely. Oh, yes, it is bleeding.
Yes is to bleeding. Do you need... Do you need help? I can...
We'll stop the
probably come
stream and send Dead over to you if you need help.
Okay.
God damn it, Watari.
Yeah, gosh darn it.
Make
Sorry,
sure
what
to
are you doing to us?
make sure to clean it with soap and water, and maybe some alcohol if you have that, and put some antibiotic cream on it, like Neosporin or something. All right.
Yes.
I hope it's not bad enough that we need sutures. If it's that bad, you need to be going to hospital.
Sure, we're fine.
Band-aid it? Okay, so it's not that big if you can fit a band-aid on it. Okay. Just make sure to clean it first. You don't know what was on that glass. What the hell does hospital pensive mean?
I have no idea. Coffee? Now we're saying coffee.
Do not
anyway.
clean the wound with coffee. Oh, coffee was on the glass. You dropped a coffee mug. Okay.
Okay, I do have to ask though, did you drop the coffee?
Oh, hospital is
like, the coffee mug,
expensive.
or did...
Okay.
Don't you have a Medicare card, Watari? If you've got a Medicare card, it doesn't cost anything. Anyway, 28 Days Later deserves to be an A.
An
A
A.
tier. That's all I have to say.
Where the fuck did I put it? There it is. A tier. Okay. Oh, you stepped on glass that was swept outside. Damn. Didn't even put it out of the pathway. Goddamn. See, this is why you wear shoes outside.
Have you seen an Australian?
Do
You
not
think we
wear
shoes
Crocs.
outside even in summer?
What the fuck? Nobody should be wearing Crocs.
Yeah, firstly, nobody should be wearing Crocs. Stop yourself, demonic. Secondly,
Also,
literally no one in Australia wears shoes.
for non Australians who may watch this VOD later and see thongs, my guy, they are not talking about underwear. They are talking about flip-flops.
Flip-flops, yes.
Why are soldiers wearing Crocs? I don't trust
We've
the
gone
army,
completely
but
off topic.
Jesus
I'm
Christ.
so confused.
Can you imagine the
more.
army just going across the battlefield in fucking Crocs with like the flashlights on the toes?
Oh lord. Ah, shower shoes.
Okay, yeah, I mean, like, everybody should have public shower shoes. But when you say everybody wears Crocs, like, if you said, to the shower so we don't get foot fungus, I mean, I can understand that. But the way you said it was like everyday wear. Like going to the store kind of Crocs. Okay, that's acceptable. That is an acceptable use of Crocs. When I went to college for the first time, I bought shower shoes because I was afraid that I would slip on the wet floor and like fucking die.
Felt.
I don't know if I've seen the goth Crocs, but I have seen cowboy boot Crocs.
I don't want to see either of these things. They disturb me. Just from hearing the
Oh
words
yeah,
together,
you know
they
what? Yes, I
disturb
have
me.
seen the spiky. I have seen the spiky Crocs. Yes. Hold on a second. There they are. I clicked on you. Come on. Look at that. Can you see these?
Oh my god, no. Why was I shown these? No.
Look at, they've got
Come
fucking
on,
spurs.
we've still
They've got
like 20 more
spurs.
films.
They've got spurs.
Please, we've still got 20 more films to go. Please. Oh my god, I'm scared by the Crocs. The Crocs scare me, they should be on the tier list.
They'd be S tier. What do you mean you ordered them already? Demonic.
Demonic, what do you mean you ordered them? Hold up, bitch! What do you mean?
Are they black? Did you get the black ones? I need you to get the little toe flashlights and put them on the front and then put them on and take a picture. I need that picture. Just the boots, please. Just the boots.
Oh my lord.
Dracula.
Next movie, let's go. I was about to say I've never seen a version of Dracula. I have seen one whole version of Dracula, and that's the one with Gary Oldman and Keanu Reeves, and that is the extent of my knowledge.
Bram Stoker's Dracula.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
The
And
one.
I think that was a really good movie.
Yes, it was. It was a pretty excellent movie.
It does have a grape scene in it, but it's kind of, I know it's gonna sound terrible, but it's kind of offset by the fact that he was a werewolf at the time.
Hmm.
So where would we like to put Bram Stoker's Dracula? Even though this logo is not for Bram Stoker's Dracula, we're going to count it as Bram Stoker's Dracula because that is the only one that we've seen.
Oh, I'd probably B tier, to be honest.
Really? Because I would have put it in E tier.
I liked it, personally. I mean, I'm happy to go lower.
Lower? I said A.
Oh, A. I thought you said E for some reason.
No, A.
Yeah, you can leave it an A.
Listen, Demonic, it is not that I don't want to see your grippers. It's that I want to see you in the boots.
Just the both of us, we want a full head to toe picture of you just wearing the boots.
You know, striking a classic cowboy pose. You know, one leg up and a bottle of your best alcohol in one hand.
Yeah, exactly. In fact, you know what? We'll give you one more thing. You can have a cowboy hat in the other hand and holding it out like you're about to go riding.
I mean, did you bring the chaps with you? Because, I mean, if you've got... I mean, you could do a series of photos, like, you know, you have the chaps on in one and not in the other.
Yes, Demonic, you're from Texas. Of course you have a fucking cowboy hat. What do you take us for?
You bought the cowboy boot Crocs, and you're trying to tell us that you don't have a hat to go with it? I don't believe you. No, you're not allowed to wear the trucker hat. You get yourself a fucking cowboy hat. Like a good Texan. Listen, I know that was a spelling mistake, but Watari, automatically, because you're Australian. Eh? Eh?
Okay, I like that. I like that. I like that. We're changing it. Us Aussies are changing it to that because honestly, that spelling mistake was the best thing in the world. I'm in love.
Cowboy hat or nothing. Alright, what is this? House of Dark Shadows.
I haven't watched it.
Why did my computer slow down again? Yeah, I haven't seen that one either. Birdemic.
Never seen it.
Never even heard of it. What is this one? I can't read it. Bikini Bloodbath?
Let's see. Oh yeah, Bikini Bloodbath. I've never seen it.
Okay. House of a Thousand Corpses?
I have never seen it, but I've heard that it is really fucking good.
I feel like I saw part of it a long time ago, but I couldn't really speak to it.
That's fair.
Wolf Creek. That's
the
one of
classic
yours.
Australian, yeah, classic Australian horror film.
Yeah, it was great for your tourism.
Oh yeah, excellent. In fact, the main actor goes to every fucking Comic-Con and Supernova that happens. I've seen this person in person several times.
Yeah, of course there has demonic. It's called Kangaroo Jack.
You bring Kangaroo Jack into this? I mean, Wolf Creek's a good film.
Yeah.
I wouldn't necessarily like rewatch it over and over again like I would with some of these other horror films, but if in the mood for it, I would sit down and rewatch.
It's based
I'd probably
on
put it in
it's
B.
based on a true story, isn't it?
Yeah, based on an actual serial killer from the Northern Territory.
So you want it in B tier?
Yeah.
Is that just because it's Australian and you're Australian?
No, if that were the case, I'd be like, put it in A tier.
Not even S, just A.
Yeah.
All right, how about the
But
boy?
we know our self-worth. We know our self-worth.
A for Australian.
Yeah. I actually really enjoyed The Boy. I found it to be an actually like interesting plot. And did you know that the mask was CGI?
No.
Yeah, I found that out like a couple of days ago. Apparently, the mask was CGI, and I was like, but why though?
I know, right? It was kind of like you almost felt like not a lot was happening, but at the same time it's like you look back at it with the knowledge at the end and you're like, "Oh shit."
Yeah. Here comes the boy. Hello, boy. Thanks, Atari.
I also feel like, you know, the way the parents decided to end everything is
Oh yeah, that.
it's like not a very
Yeah.
Western way of doing things, but I have seen that a lot in like Japanese movies and anime. Like if even when I was in college, our Japanese teacher decided to introduce anime to us and culture to us with like a slice of life kind of thing that showed a lot of cultural aspects that we as Westerners wouldn't necessarily recognize. But then at the end, the guy commits super slide by literally just walking into the ocean.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's like a horrible way to do it because your body's going to fight the whole way.
I think with the boy, personally, I'd probably put it at an A.
Yeah.
Like I had a lot of fun with it, and like, it kept me invested. Is
Yeah.
the thing.
As she's trying to figure out what the fuck is actually going on.
Yeah.
Creep. It's going straight into F, and we're
I
not
was gonna
talking
say
about
that
it.
one I forced upon you. No. We're gonna talk about
We
how
are-
in the sequel there's a lot more full frontal nudity.
We are not going to talk about the
it's
creep.
A female. No. In the sequel, there's a female camera person this time, and there's full frontal nudity of both him and her, and I'm like, but why though?
Like, I want to know, and yet I don't want to know how he talked her into getting naked.
I think it was something along the lines of like, we need to be like fully open and like bare to each other, and that way there's gonna be like full trust or something. And I was like, that constitutes as getting naked? What?
I guess.
Anyway. Next one, which I think you pulled up, was Malevolence or something.
Yeah, I can't read it, so it must be. I don't know what that movie is. I didn't see it.
I've never seen it.
Okay. We will drop it down here. Grizzly.
Watari is taller than you, demonic. I've never seen it.
I think most people are taller than demonic.
That is true. Even I'm taller than demonic. That's shocking.
I do believe demonic is the same height as my mother before her spine started collapsing. Grizzly.
I've never seen it.
The babysitter.
I made you watch that.
Oh, is that the one with the stabbing in the head? And he hits her with a
Yep.
car?
Yeah! Yeah, that's the one.
You know what the best part about that movie was? The jock
What?
who was only there to kill people. And he was like giving him, you know, enough room to make it a chase and not just kill him right off. And then when the bully shows up, he's like genuinely trying to like help him stand up to his bully.
Yep. Yeah.
But then he's still like, yeah, I mean, next time do this, but I'm sorry, there's not going to be a next time. I'm going to have to kill you.
Yep. It's fucking hilarious.
So where do we want to put this babysitter? And where did I... There it is.
Honestly, like, it's a fun time.
It is.
So I'd probably put it in, like, B.
That's what I was thinking. It's not quite
Yeah.
A tier, but it's a good movie. It's fun.
Yeah.
What is
Imagine
this?
having free will, Watari.
Hollow Man?
Let me see. Oh, Hollow Man. Okay, I have only seen... Actually, no, is that... Hang on. Hollow Man specifically. Yes, Hollow Man is specifically the one with Kevin Bacon. I have seen it. Okay. That... Once again, this is one of those ones where, like...
I
It's
love how
interesting.
Demonic and Watari are just fighting in chat and ignoring us.
Yeah, sounds like them. It's okay, I know where Watari lives. I'll just go slap his thigh, like I normally do. Anyway.
A play fight is still a fight.
Hollow Man. I've seen that one. I think it's the same as like Bram Stoker's Dracula, where like it's based on The Invisible Man, so it's like one of those classics. But it's a very interesting like thriller-esque film, but it does have that like one grape scene that sort of like
Uncle Sam is your sugar daddy, and you're our sugar daddy.
that is true.
Although you haven't sugar daddied
do
anybody in a while.
I need some sugar, actually, please and thank you.
I
anyway.
I could stand some food money.
Yeah. Anyway. I had to. Oh yeah, Hollow Man. So yeah. I think Hollow Man could probably just sit in B, to be honest.
I'm sorry, did you call Uncle Sam your pimp?
What the fuck?
Demonic said Uncle Sam is my sugar daddy.
To be fair.
He gives the bare minimum and ruins me at the end of the day. More of a pimp
Well, yeah,
now
he's
that
in
I
the
think
military.
about it.
Yeah. He is in the military.
You know what you should do, Demonic, is send back that $4,000 gun.
Yeah, I was gonna say
you'll
if
have plenty
fucking
of money for
anything,
your
bro, You need to
debts.
sell some of your pew-pews.
You'll have plenty of money for debts if you get that off your chest. So where do you want to put Hollow Man?
Probably B. B would suit it. Yeah.
There was only one Invisible Man movie that I ever saw, and like he was invisible, but like the food he ate wasn't invisible. So he saw himself digesting food in the mirror and got so sick from it he threw up.
Demonic, you have a child in foster care. I don't know what to tell you.
I think this one is See No Evil.
Yes, see no evil.
Okay.
I've never seen it.
Grave Encounters.
Never seen it.
Okay. Dead Snow?
I haven't seen that one. Upper middle class is a good time.
I feel like way back when we first moved to the Chicago area that my family was probably upper middle class, but after the divorce, things kind of went downhill.
Actually adopted her. Very nice. That's good. I hope she has a good life.
Oh, I thought she was already adopted. They were just a foster family, and now she's adopted. That's cool. Where were we? Salem's Lot. I've never seen Salem's Lot.
I have never seen Salem's Lot. The only thing I know about Salem's Lot is that it was my mum's first Stephen King one, and it freaked the fuck out of it.
Really?
Yep.
Witchboard. I watched this one.
I was gonna say we watched this one. I genuinely do not remember a single thing about it.
I don't know if you were with me when I watched Witchboard.
Yeah, I was.
Huh. I
So was
hated.
that memorable?
I hated that he made up with his best friend, and then his best friend was immediately murdered. Oh, that's right. You came in like 10 minutes late, and I was telling you that his friend was an asshole and had his arm around his friend's wife. Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Mm-hmm.
And they completely misrepresented, like, well, I mean, of course it's a horror movie, so of course the board's always gonna work, but I mean, like, they totally, like, if you watch that movie and you use the Ouija board the way they use the Ouija board, you are gonna be haunted for the rest of your fucking, like, your entire bloodline is cursed. Don't ever use a witch board like that. Do we want to put it in E tier because it was watch it once just to say you have?
Yeah, I guess. The only reason I'm hesitant is because, like, I don't remember shit. Like, I remember sitting down and I remember people, like, if you told me the name, I'd just be sitting there going, yeah, I can imagine some of the characters.
Yeah.
Nothing else.
Demonic says we should dump it in F.
Sure.
F is for shit like Creep, and it's not as, like, I would never ever ever watch Creep again, but I would, if I had to, watch Witchboard again. That is why it's an E and not an F. Oh, Jesus. I just got, like, a dizzy spell for, like, no reason. Okay. Look at this. We're down to our last 19.
Oh, Jesus.
Don't breathe.
Okay. Okay.
So you know
Have you
this movie.
seen it?
I have not.
Mhm. Okay, so Watari and I both saw this at the movie. I took him along to see this because we were like, oh, horror movie, we'll watch these things together. Um, I know the reason. It's Don't Breathe, demonic. The reason, the reason why Watari wants to put it in F is because of one specific scene. But I'm gonna give a bit of a general overview. So there's these three people who are looking to score pretty big, so that at least one of them can get out of town because she's got an abusive family. She wants to take her sister and like live a new life. One of them's just a really fucking disgusting person who wants to get rich quick, blah blah blah, and is her boyfriend. And the third person is a friend of hers who his dad works in security and like locks and stuff, so he's got like all these spare keys to get into specific places. So they decide to go and rob this one person's house, and he's an older gentleman, and I say gentleman because we don't know yet that he's a terrible person. They go and rob him specifically because he recently got a huge amount of money from suing a family, or well, specifically a woman who had done a hit and murder of his daughter, like hit her with the car and she died. And he's blind and stuff, and he doesn't have his wife anymore. He's not gonna have any more kids. Well, you can mute, Batari. But he's an ex-military guy, and he lives by himself, and he has this big settlement. So they went and go and rob him. Now, things happen throughout the plot, and they eventually find out that the woman who hit his daughter and killed his daughter is locked in the basement, and he's been giving her a turkey baster of his semen to try and get her pregnant.
Jesus Christ.
So that he can have a new daughter or a new son, a new child. She inevitably dies, and then he tries to do the same thing to the girl that is with the trio group trying to rob the place. Don't spoiler alert for those who haven't seen it. She does get out. She's the only one of the trio that gets out. She has some money. She takes her sister. They're at the train station or airport about to leave the state to live together. Only she finds out, like, the dude didn't end up dying. He's actually still alive in a hospital. And, yeah, they made a sequel.
Oh, God.
Not as good.
The fucking sequel.
I don't even understand the sequel. I've seen it, but it had nothing to do with the woman. With the woman that got away. I don't understand the sequel. Anyway. For what it's worth, Don't Breathe does what it's meant to do. And it's make you uncomfortable and... yeah, and like, scare you that way that, like, home intruders... a person who has a military background and can defend himself despite being blind. There are aspects to it that are good. However, it is a terrible, terrible, terrible movie. And I wouldn't put my worst enemy through it.
Wow.
I'd probably put it in E, to be honest. I would show you the entire movie just so you can say you've seen it, but never again.
All right.
That is all.
We're gonna drop it and don't. We're gonna drop it in F for Watari.
We're gonna drop it in F.
Let's see. House.
I've never seen it.
Oh, okay. I can't read what this one is. Is it Messengers?
Yep, and I've never seen it.
Never seen it. Okay. Oh, that's going right there. Chud.
Never seen it. Heard of it. Never seen it.
I can't read this one. Is it necromantic?
Okay, apparently that was not permitted for sex-based terms. Anyway, what am I looking at? Oh, necromantic.
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, chode was blocked as sex words.
Mm-hmm.
You said you'd never seen necromantic?
Yeah, and
How about the prophecy?
I haven't seen anything until the very last one. Just looking at it on my end. I've not seen any of the movies up until A Quiet Place. That I have seen.
So we're literally going to skip all the way to the end.
Yeah, unless you've seen one of them.
All right, hold on one second, because reactive broke.
And ooh,
So I've got to put a little still picture in here of you.
that's fine. I am glorious regardless.
Put you under the
And
hoodie.
beautiful.
Okay. There we go. Dark Man. Haven't seen it. I can't even read this one. What is it?
Oh, hang on. Next to... Hang on. Darkman is the Toxic Avenger.
I haven't seen the Toxic Avenger, but I've seen clips from the Toxic Avenger. And Waxwork, Contracted, Chrome Skull, Extro, The Invisible Man, Tales from the Hood. No. Okay, so I guess it's just A Quiet Place. So, how do we feel about The Quiet Place?
I kind of want to put A Quiet Place in A. I don't think it was perfect, and I think that certain things, like, near the ending, because, spoiler alert for anyone who hasn't seen A Quiet Place, I don't think the dad should have died.
Yeah,
I get that we were meant to feel, like, a sudden emotion or, like, pull or anything, but I feel like considering they'd figured out that the, that
Hearing
they
aid?
could stop the creatures because of the hearing aid, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like the
shouldn't have taken
dad
so long to
unnecessarily
connect
died.
that many dots. Yeah. So yeah, I feel like if he had have died in a separate instance, or if it had have just even if no one had died except for that one child at the very beginning, and like the couple of people here and there that you saw dead, or like the old man who yelled because his wife had died, so he wanted to join her.
Right.
Apart from those deaths, I feel like the dad's death was just so out of place, and if he had have lived or died at a separate instance, then it would have made that S tier. But yeah, it just that bothers me to know.
I mean, to be fair, he was
Yeah.
trying to protect literally every member of his family. And,
Well, yeah.
I mean, he had 2 kids stuck in the truck, and then he had a wife giving birth inside. And he was trying to protect, like 4 different people at the same time. And the only way he could think of how to do it in that moment was to bring everybody to him and, give up.
Yeah.
So I can kind of understand it from that perspective, like, but it just, you're right, it felt out of place in the movie, and I was really kind of upset about it. I'm like, that didn't need to happen like that. So are we
Yeah, for
happy with
sure.
it being an A tier?
Yeah.
Okay. I haven't seen the second one.
Second one's pretty good. They left it open for a third one, but I don't know if they
course they did.
got the funding / with the SAG-AFTRA thing happening. I don't know if anything's gonna happen from it though.
Right. So that's it.
Yeah, that's we did a long ass. Damn, 5.5 hours.
Yep.
Yeah, that was long.
Yep. It took us 4 hours to take a break.
Oh, 40. That was fun though.
Yeah, we should do some more of these.
I wanna. Yeah, we should.
I don't know what else we have in common that we could do. Because when it comes to like, you know, usually people do like food in restaurants and stuff. And we have completely different restaurants. And even if we have the same restaurant, the food is different in your country than my country. And, I mean, we could... This is funny. Bettle did a tier list for fruit and vegetables. And he was unaware that you could just use stock photos. So he went into Paint and drew every single fruit and vegetable himself, and then clipped it and then put it into his own tier list. And so half of his tier list was chat just trying to guess what the fuck he drew.
Lord.
A cereal tier list? Are you gonna come and join us for that one? And like actually pay attention and participate? If you're free and mostly sober. We also have select places in different states, so Dad would like something from NSW or Taz, but I would have a fave and QLD, so yeah, a restaurant would be hard. Yeah, I mean, even when it comes to chain brands, what we have here is probably not what you have there.
We are slowly getting more. We got, because we got Carl Jr. like 5 years ago.
And I've never been to a Carl Jr. But I think in my region, Carl Jr. is just called Hardee's.
That's fair. I'm trying to think. I don't think it was Popeyes exactly, but we got another chicken place. Oh yeah, we also got Taco Bell.
Ooh. Yay.
To be fair, in the city I live in, there is only one Taco Bell. And it's a 5-minute drive from where I live. But
we have one Taco Bell. Where I am is so small, we have one Taco Bell, and it's across from the hospital in the next town over. So it's like a 20-minute drive to get tacos from there for me.
I'd rather just make my own tacos.
I mean, you can either get like a family pack of tacos that for me would last like 5 days in the fridge for $20, or you can pay, you know, $5 for 1 pound of beef and make tacos like for 1 day.
That is excellent. I want
If your
tacos.
refried beans don't come in a dehydrated bag, I don't want it. I actually, my quote-unquote best friend in high school worked at Taco Bell for many, many years. And I ate Taco Bell like all the time because I would go visit her at work and she would give me her work discount on the tacos. And I worked with her for 1 day And then I had to go to my father's wedding. And on the morning after the wedding, when I was packing up all the extra food and bits of cake and stuff to take home, I missed a step leaving the house and took a header down the basement stairs and almost broke my ankle, and I never went back to work. So I had like a paycheck for like $12 and never talked about it again. 10 bean and cheese burritos, no onion, extra red sausage. Red sausage or red sauce? A taco party pack and plenty of Diablo sauce. Yeah, when I go to Taco Bell, it will be probably $40 because I want to buy enough food to fucking last a week. Because I have to pay the delivery fee for someone to come over from the next town. You got nothing but burritos and quesadillas? God damn. Like, you don't even get, like, the quesarito or the... Oh, God, what's my favorite thing from there? I can't think of what it's called. Why do I always forget words? The tortilla on it is... It's almost like a flatbread that has been fried. And so it's a little bit crispy and almost tastes buttery.
I'm gonna let you finish your strum. So
Nah, it's not a
gonna
crunchy wrap.
stretch and stuff.
Okay, are
So-
you checking out?
Yes, I'm checking out voice chat, but I'm gonna pop into your stream though.
Okay.
Bye.
Bye. Thanks for coming. Oh, I'm still trying to think of... It's not. Oh my god, I'm gonna end up on Taco Bell's website trying to look it up. Dead, we all want Mexican. We all want Mexican. Alright, time to look this shit up. Taco Bell menu. Why can't I think of what this shit is called? Is it under tacos? Chalupa! Chalupa! It's like they deep fry the shell, and it's like a little bit crispy and buttery, and it's the best thing that they make, especially if you get a steak one. Oh, God. God, now I'm hungry. Look at what you bitches did to me. I need taco money. I need taco money right now, guys, because you did this to me. I mean, putting it in caps you're just yelling now. Oops. Where is? There we go. Okay. Yes, please, Dead, do not dox yourself. And please, Watari, do not dox yourself and Dead. I saw somewhere that they made a soup store shirt. It's like you could finally buy clothes at the soup store. No, soup at the clothes store. You could buy soup at the clothes store. And it's not that I picked Pokemon battle music or anything. It's supposed to be a DMCA free Halloween playlist on Spotify. And every now and again things come through and I'm like, wait a second. Isn't this Legend of Zelda music? Isn't this Pokemon music? All of these lists include Lavender Town. Now you're talking about soup, and I'm thinking my throat's a little sore from all this, 5.5 hours of talking. I could totally go for a nice cheddar broccoli soup. But I don't have any cheddar broccoli soup. We need to decide on what tier list we're going to do next. Also, now that I think about it, Sunday the 4th, I am scheduled to collab with a streamer that I don't think any of you know or watch, called Amora Moon, Amora Moon. And she is another trans creator who does primarily paranormal talk show type stuff, and showing clips of, like, if they're talking about Bigfoot, there will be discussion on the history of Bigfoot and YouTube clips of people either talking about or showing footage of what they think they've caught of Bigfoot and stuff like that. And we are due to talk about Ouija boards. So there will be discussion of the history of Ouija boards, and there will be, obviously footage of people using Ouija boards. There will be talk of stories, personal stories or anecdotal stories. If you have any stories that you would like to talk about, you can join us. I believe it is 5 o'clock Central, which is my time, 5 o'clock my time, on Sunday the 4th, on their channel, Amora Moon. I will do my best to put it in the announcements and tweet it out when we go live. But yeah, it'd be great if you guys could join us. And you're still fucking talking about shoes and feet. I thought we were talking about food, and now we're back to grippers. What the fuck is going on in chat? I feel like I've lost control. Why is chat completely in the wrong place on this screen? Oh my god. Move over. There you go. Now you're in the right place. Oh god. I mentioned Bigfoot and now you guys are talking about feet again. Great. Let's see. Tier... Is it tier maker? Yep. Yep. Tier maker. Okay. Let's see. Featured sport video games. Okay, why don't we look at... Because that's something that we all have in common. Video games. We could talk about video game franchises. They've got 250 of those. Greatest video games of all time, 100 plus. This one's got video game franchises, 450. I don't think I've played enough games to talk about 450 games. Demonic, go check out my YouTube channel because we already talked about monsters and cryptids. We have the Monster and Cryptid Smasher Pass. All right. See you later, Watari. Thank you for coming and participating. It was really nice to have you. It is so a tier list. We did it on the tier maker website. Fuck you. Because it wasn't strictly hopefully we'll see you later tonight after you guys get food, Watari. Maybe you can come and watch the rest of, was it Insidious? Is that what we were going to watch the rest of, I think? Maybe if we do that tonight. Anyway, Demonic, we had not just smash or pass, yes or no, it was how hard are they getting smashed or passed. So let's just say Cthulhu was like at the very top, and Bigfoot, for Australian reasons, is somewhere in the middle. And then this thing that looks like a tree, like a whomping willow or something, is like all the way at the bottom. We watch movies most nights in the Sleepy Lounge, Demonic. You are always invited if you show up. Of course, the tentacle monster's on top. We got peas to get filled. Come on, man. I know you're used to topping because you're smaller than everybody, but some of us, you know, just want that tentacle. That Tennessee. Actually, it's more like a Tenic. Tenic. Let's see. Haven't played Call of Duty, so we can't rank the zombie maps. Undertale controllers? Really? People are ranking controllers? Could rank Nintendo franchises, except for I don't think I've played most of those. Let's see. Yeah, most of these tier lists are for games that I have not played. So I was pretty fucking picky with my games, I guess. I haven't played Dark Souls, I haven't played Helltaker or Mori or Red Dead Redemption. Haven't played Your Turn to Die. Ooh, what about Honkai Star Rail? There's a Honkai... Oh yeah, we could rank like... No, we can't rank Genshin characters because you didn't play Genshin. But we could rank the Honkai Star Rail characters. We could do that. Demonic. Come on. Being a bottom is a pain in the ass. Really? You can do better than that. Yeah, it's a gacha game. Listen, I am not exactly a gacha addict, but I did roll for Rio Thessaly today in Genshin, and it was a pain in the ass to earn enough primos to get him because I didn't have any money to buy primos. And it was like my 80th or 81st roll, and I finally fucking got him. Markiplier. Listen, I don't know anything about Markiplier. You gotta go talk to Blue about Markiplier. And now that I think about it, why am I still in Discord? I don't need to be in Discord. Ooh, somebody posted in here. Oh. Legoshi needs dating advice. I can't help. I cannot help with the dating advice. I've never dated. Well, I don't know which gacha game he's in. You're gonna have to look that one up. Markiplier gacha game. Dislight. Oh, yes. Okay, yes, where he's a space engineer. Yeah, I've seen the ads for that. It's Dislight, Dislyte. Yeah, I've never played that one. I did download this new one that everybody's been talking about. What's it called? Let me see my desktop. Reverse 1999. I have not played it yet, but it seems to be, you know, the shit because everybody is playing it and seem to be pretty happy with it. I've been thinking about, like, I haven't really started it. Like, I opened it and got, like, the initial movie and stuff. But I've kind of been thinking about waiting to stream it and get my initial reaction to everything live. But I haven't played Star Rail or Genshin in a while, but I am kind of sort of getting back into Genshin because I want to level Rio Thessaly. He is a fucking daddy. And I do not say that very often, but oh my god. I would not say no to being handcuffed by that man. Anyways, I think that 5 hours and 50 minutes is quite long enough. So please come and support Amora on Sunday, and I will be in Discord later if you would still like to chat. Let me see if we have anybody who is worth raiding tonight. Not that we have anybody to really send over. Let's see, we got Juzo, Dark Souls. Yeah, why don't we go bother Dark Souls? I am pretty sure that I'm the only person in this raid, and I don't know how that is, considering that there are 2 people watching. So if it's just me that's gonna get launched over, then might as well not bother. Alright. Well, thank you for coming. Thank you for chatting. Thank you for adding your input to everything. Thanks for being in here for a little bit, Demonic, and I hope that I'll see you later, and if not, have a good night. Love you, my man. Goodbye.